We're live now.
Okay. I see, so they're all on this one screen, right? I'm talking out loud. Welcome. We are reconvening to open session. Cirillo, are you with me? Can you do a roll call?
Yes, I can. President Schwartz,
Yeah, I'm here.
Vice President Nurse,
Here.
Trustee Goodman,
Here.
Trustee Holliber,
Here.
Trustee Mandelkern,
Here.
Student Trustee Charnett,
Here.
and also present are Chancellor Claire, Chief Financial Officer Slater, Skyline College Interim President Jackson, College of San Mateo Acting President Lopez, Kenyatta College President Moore, and District Academic Senate President Wallace.
Very good, thank you. We are on down the agenda on the Pledge of Allegiance. Are we ready, guys? Here we go. Where's my flag? It's coming. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the
United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under
under
God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you, Mitch. Closed action taken. We do not have any to report at this time. Under discussion of the order of the agenda, the staff has requested that the board move information report 20-6-6C, a report on request for proposal process for the operation of the San Mateo Athletic Club in partnership with the district, to be the first item under new business, and to move item 20-6111B, the approval of contract extension to professional services agreement with Exos Community Services to operate the San Mateo Athletic Club in partnership with the district, to be the second item considered under new business. Is that agreeable to the board?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you object, you're going to have to speak up because I'm using an iPad tonight, so I can't see everybody.
No objection.
Thank you. We are down to 20-61B, presentations to the board by persons or delegations. Okay. Contemporary conversation regarding race, class, gender, privilege, and equity, recognizing Pride Month. Chancellor Claire, would you like to initiate our discussion?
Yes, thank you, President Schwartz, and we so appreciate, especially during these very difficult times, the opportunity to engage with the board and our students and staff and faculty and the public regarding important topics. And so I'm so pleased that we're able to keep this important agenda topic on the board, or on the board agenda. As you know, this month is Pride Month, and traditional Pride celebrations have been impacted this year due to the pandemic. Prior to campus closures, a group of faculty, staff, and students met at Skyline to plan our participation in this year's San Francisco Pride Parade. Dr. Rika Yonemura Fabian at Skyline organized last year's activities and convened this spring's meeting to plan participation in the parade. Obviously, the parade has been canceled, so that work has been suspended. However, we continue to connect students virtually with San Mateo County Pride and the events that they have been hosting virtually during this COVID-19 crisis. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of the three college presidents to just very briefly, please outline some of the activities the colleges have been involved with, and then we want to turn it over to a broader discussion among the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get started, I have a hand raised for Christopher Waddell from I guess that's from the public. Christopher, if you don't mind, I'm going to hold your presentation till after we hear from the college presidents. So go ahead.
I can go ahead and go first if
Okay,
you want
go
me
ahead.
to.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'll jump in there. I know time is of the essence tonight. I know that. Hi, everybody. My name is Kim Lopez. I'm the acting president at the College of San Mateo. And just real quickly, I'd like to give you some information about how we are celebrating Pride Month at the College of San Mateo. So the college's Safe Zone Alliance is a relatively new club at the College of San Mateo. It's hosting, it is currently hosting monthly Zoom hangouts for its members. And this summer, it's every fourth Monday from 3 to 5. And prior to the campus closure, the club was working on hosting twice monthly meetings, each with the LGBTQ plus topic of discussion, Trans Day of Visibility, and the participation in the Pride March that we know has been canceled. We are also planning for our August Flex workshops, and the college will be hosting a webinar series on gender spectrum, and our Safe Zone Alliance and CSM LGBTQ plus student panel will host a session on student data, and specifically they'll talk about their CSM experience. So we invite you all to join us on our Flex Day in August.
Thank you, President Lopez. President Moore, go ahead. I see your hand up. Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Trustee members and Chancellor Claire. At Kenyatta College, similar to that of CSM, we also are engaged in our Safe Zone Club and Safe Zone website, in which we have updated new resources for the remote work and distance education environment. In addition to that, we will be including Safe Zone training set up for the upcoming Flex. Also, too, we have launched a video series for our LGBTQ inclusion. And finally, I would like to just share with the trustees that our Vice President of Student Services, Dr. Manuel Alejandro Perez, is a member of the San Francisco Pride organization and is also connected with our Safe Zone College Committee, and Club Advisors has also, in addition, bridged the gap between Pride Month with virtual activities and community events for the college. So I'd like to also personally thank Dr. Perez for his work in that area as well. Thank you so much. That's a report from Kenyatta College.
Thank you so much, President Moore. And I think, see Dr. Jackson. Dr. Jackson?
Yes, thank you very much, Chancellor Kerr, and to the Board of Trustees. There are some things that we are also doing for Pride Month. The college's Student Life Department has been doing social media posts on the importance and the impact of Pride, as well as providing historical and fact-based posts highlighting when same-sex marriage was legalized, New York's Stonewall riots, as well as LGBTQIA plus community resources that students and the community can link to. Strategically, we're also, with the hiring of Dr. Cheryl Johnson as the Dean of Student Equity and Support Programs, or SESP, we're planning a formal opening of the Multicultural Center. One of the first strategies will be to create a virtual open forum for campus-wide input regarding programming. This will be done using a software platform called Jamboard, where we can solicit a real-time we can solicit real-time input from those that are attending the meeting, and they can vote on and provide their input, and we'll gather all of that input. And then based upon that, our vision is to create an emotionally safe space to have dialogue about the multiple cultural identities we all carry. So not only are we looking at something for the month, but we're also looking strategically to broaden the platform for discussion and dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson. And we certainly, we wanted to keep the update brief because we wanted to have the opportunity for discussion. So I invite through President Schwartz, a discussion among the board, any thoughts, and certainly we're happy to engage in that discussion with you.
Thank you. Before I ask board members, we do have Christopher Wardell from the community who has his hand raised. Can you unmute him, please?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm a student at Skyline College. I'm going to be entering my second year this fall. I recently learned that the college, or the college district, has considered implementing armed security across the 3 campuses at some point in the recent past and hasn't officially taken that off of the table. So I'm here to read an open letter that I've drafted to the district. Be the change you want to see in the world. Those are the words I read etched onto the top of Building 6 as I approach the campus on my usual route into Skyline College. It surprises and saddens me in the face of everything that has transpired, from the advent of the Black Lives Matter movement, after the ruthless murders of Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, and Eric Garner, to the more recent killings of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and some that are even inexplicably more recent. To learn that the district would even consider a proposal to implement armed security across the 3 sister campuses of the San Mateo County Community College District. The over-militarization of police and security forces over time has led law enforcement personnel to dehumanize Black people and other minorities based on deep prejudices and socioeconomic factors. Before COVID-19, before the campus was shut down, I viewed our district as a sanctuary, a place that welcomes students from all backgrounds and provides support to empower student success and well-being. Black and brown students do not need further antagonization, especially in an academic setting. Why would a district consisting of Hispanic serving institutions seek to further alienate their student body? It is my hope that SMCCD will no longer consider any policies to implement armed police across our campuses, and furthermore disallow any law enforcement agencies or entities outside of public safety within campus limits except for emergency purposes. Our colleges are sanctuaries for many different types of students. We have dreamers, many different types of international students, Latinx, LGBTQ, and students from across the African diaspora. It is especially these Black and brown students who you immediately place at risk by even considering a policy of putting armed security on our campuses. Instead of placing armed security across our campuses, we should be doing everything possible to empower our students to excel and graduate. Far too many students who enroll here do not transfer or graduate, which is completely unacceptable. That means providing a safer, more holistic environment to cultivate learning, sans firearms and bullets. To ensure the well-being of our students in at-risk populations, law enforcement agencies or entities other than public safety should not be allowed within campus limits unless for emergency purposes. I do not see the need to further endanger our student body when we have dedicated public safety personnel who already serve our campuses well enough. To this end, SMCCD can serve as a flagship for other institutes of higher education by modeling an empathetic versus combative security approach, coming from a place of understanding rather than judgment. To accomplish the above, I expect the district to take their consideration for armed security completely off of the table. In addition, no law enforcement agencies or entities other than public safety should be allowed to operate within campus limits except for emergency purposes. Be the change, commit to creating a true sanctuary for our students, and finding more creative ways to improve campus security if there is an issue to be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Now we'll go back to having board members who would like to comment on our conversation about Pride Month. And, okay. Just tell me if you wanted to speak, because I can't see everybody right now. Trustee Nuris, thank you.
Yes, well, I just want to say that I realize that as we go through the calendar, we have a month that is Pride Month, a month that is Black History Month. I think that we have to always keep in mind that it's just not one month that we honor and respect the constituent members of our community. It should be always. I'm glad that we use these months to highlight things, but always remember that the things that are important, the respect that we show to each other as fellow human beings is something that we need to always show, and not just during those special months. Especially, I think we have to continue to be the example in the San Francisco Bay Area and on the West Coast. I'm glad that the Supreme Court took an action recently that is more consistent with the thinking of a more progressive society. And I hope that we continue to do that every day of the week, not just during the various months.
Well said. Thank you, Vice President Nouros. Trustee Goodman?
Yeah, I agree. Trustee Norris, thank you for that. I wholeheartedly agree with your comments. And I do believe that, as we continue to have conversations on race, class, gender, privilege, and equity, and kind of dovetailing on my comments from at our last meeting, where we look at deconstructing the systems of oppression and racism within our institution. I also believe, we have to understand that it's not just racial. It's other oppressive or offensive parts of our institutions that are affecting all of our students. And so we need to be mindful of that. We need to be mindful that those same protections that we talked about a few years ago when we spoke about protecting all of our students, our DACA students, that we also have to be mindful of ensuring that those protections do in fact include our LGBTQ faculty, staff, students, as well as those students that have not identified publicly. And that we have to also make sure that we are an institution that's zero tolerant when it comes to any type of hate speech, bias, or anything like that. And it starts at the top. It starts with these conversations. And just like Trustee Nura said, it's not just during this month that we have to have these conversations, that if in October we want to have a contemporary conversation regarding race, class, gender, and privilege, that we can do so around race, literally, or we can talk about pride and talk about our LGBTQ students, the best practices that we are implementing across our campuses, as well as some of the best practices or some of the issues of the day that affect those same students throughout our community. So, I commend us for always having these conversations, but I'm ready to roll my sleeves up, just as I'm sure as the rest of our board members, to send that strong message to our community of our faculty, staff, and students that we are here for you. And we want to make sure we're responsive to your concerns, your experience here within our institution, and understand that you are seen and you are respected and acknowledged.
Thank you. And other board members?
Yes, I'll jump in. Just wanted to thank the college presidents for their remarks from each of the 3 campuses. I know this has been a very different year, and we haven't been able to have the type of activities on campus in the past few months that we normally would. But I do want to thank the administration, the faculty and the staff, and especially the students at each of our campuses for creating an inclusive environment where all of our students, regardless of what gender identity they may express or not be comfortable expressing, but wherever they are in that journey, that they feel welcome, included, and comfortable and in a safe space. And I also want to thank our college district, because I know over the years since I've been involved with this district, we have generally been in a leadership role in terms of extending benefits to same-sex couples, in terms of recognizing marriage between same-sex individuals, and often being quite in front of the political world in terms of standing up for the rights of our transgender staff, faculty, and students. And so I applaud our district for taking a leadership role in making sure that everyone, regardless of identity, feels very comfortable. I'm very pleased to see the Supreme Court rulings from last week recognizing the rights of gender identity to be not discriminated against, and also for recognizing the rights of our undocumented and DACA students to continue to be protected as well. So it was a good week for court rulings last week. It is an ongoing struggle. It's not a 1 month or a 1 week or a 1 day affair. It is a ongoing way of life that we need to be pursuing. And I thank all of our constituents and all of our community members for their role in helping to make this district a better and more courageous and progressive place for all of our members. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Trustee Holliver?
I'll be very brief. Just I endorse and join in all of the comments that my colleagues on the board have made. Thank you.
Thank you. How about our student trustee, Jade?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I do want to say that I do appreciate all 3 campuses still trying to do something in celebration of Pride Month and the LGBTQ community, in spite of us being virtual, and definitely creating safe spaces for our students.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think there's any other comments from board members. If you're gonna, I hope you'll indulge me. I would like to read a draft proclamation that I've been given, and I'll just read it into the record. It's recognition of Pride Month. Whereas June is celebrated as Pride Month across the nation and in various forms throughout many parts of the world, and whereas Pride Month encourages society to celebrate the many and notable achievements and contributions of LGBTQI individuals, and whereas many students, faculty, and staff of the San Mateo County Community College District are among and benefit greatly from the knowledge, wisdom, talents, and contributions of our LGBTQIA colleagues, and whereas it is important and appropriate to recognize those LGBTQIA individuals within the San Mateo County Community College District who practice to its fullest extent the district's equity mission, working each day to provide a safe, welcoming, and encouraging environment for students to learn and thrive. And whereas our LGBTQIA students and colleagues are respected leaders and scholars within the San Mateo County Community College District who bring much distinction to themselves, the district, and the community. Now, therefore, I, Karen Schwartz, President of the San Mateo County Community College Board of Trustees, do hereby declare that Pride Month is a critical acknowledgement of the rights and contributions of the LGBTQIA community and encourage participation in celebration and activities marking Pride. If you indulge me, I will put that into the record. We are ready to move forward with our agenda, and we are at statements from executives. I'm sorry, Trustee Goodman. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, no problem. There was a question or a comment, I guess. It says an effort of supporting safe zones and spaces for students. How do you see arming campus security? So I'm assuming it's trying to tie it into the comments around safe spaces for all students. And I just wanted to acknowledge Christopher Wardell's question, and we hear you. And I just wanted to acknowledge personally for me, you know, it doesn't benefit our students, and we will hopefully continue this conversation, you know, in the future. We have not, as a board, put a bow, so to speak, on your question or the subject. We have had conversations, but I just wanted to personally say, acknowledge and hear you, and I appreciate you making your comment. And I'm sure it's echoed by the board.
Yes, it's echoed by the board president. Thank you for doing that, Trustee Goodman. I do appreciate that. It is a timely comment from either, unfortunately, 2 weeks ago conversation continues. And I think that the board needs to continue on the same conversation at a future time. So we are all in agreement. I will turn it over now to the Chancellor, who will open up statements from executives and the student representatives.
Great. Thank you so much, President Schwartz, and thank you for your comments, board, and thank you for your updates, college presidents. Just something very brief. We were able to open up our all 3 campuses to some limited classes in accordance with the state phase 2 recovery. If you've read the order, we're limited to offering courses in essential areas only. The last I heard is we had between 400 and 500 students across the 3 campuses taking classes in those programs that are deemed essential, many of them to finish out their spring semester because they couldn't finish face-to-face. I want to acknowledge the faculty, the students that have come to class, the classified staff, and also the folks that are in our emergency operations planning function, because I know that the process was extraordinarily well thought out, and as far as I'm concerned, I know we absolutely meet the safety protocols that are in place and probably exceed them in many places. So I want to thank everybody's good work for that. and looking forward to when we can open up even more of the campus to students once we're allowed to do so. With that, I'd like to turn it over to President Jackson, or actually any of the 3 college presidents, if they have any updates.
To the board, I'm sorry, I'm still having issues with streaming live, but I would like to take the opportunity to publicly thank Trustee Maurice Goodman. Last week, we had a June 19th or Juneteenth celebration, a panel discussion. He was part of that, as was Chris Waddell, who just spoke a few minutes ago. And if you don't know anything about June 19th, then I encourage you to go look it up on the internet. But I did want to publicly thank him for his support. That was pulled together by Saida Stroud, and we had community members as well as students and our own trustee as a part of that. So happy belated June 19th, which is important in the African American community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from college presidents before I move on?
Just real brief as well. I wanted to just let our trustees know that this afternoon we hosted our very first CSM convening to discuss what it means to mind the obligation gap at the College of San Mateo. And so this is really an opportunity for our community to come together and talk to our colleagues and our authors. Our very own Jeremy Wallace is on the presentation panel with us. He is one of our authors of Minding the Obligation, as well as Dr. Jeremiah Sims and Dr. Tabitha Conaway, Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza, and Lasana Hotep as well. So we had nearly 80 participants, faculty, and staff that joined the call, and we just started one of many discussions around what it means to look inwardly as a college, and we also have planned our second one when we finish the webinars, which will be on Wednesday, July 15th at 12 to 1:30, and we'll be sending out that announcement. We just welcome anybody who would like to participate in our conversations with us. So thank you.
Sorry. Okay, so Claire, I would also add that Kenyatta College held its second in a series of critical conversations on the issue of anti-racism and whiteness. We want to thank Dr. Jeremiah Sims, who joined the conversation and helped to facilitate one of 3 breakout groups that we held. So we will continue those conversations now monthly at the request of the campus. And so as we continue those, we'll be sure to send invitations to Cirillo. So if any of the trustees would like to attend, that will be made available. But we will hold our next one in July. I do not have a date as of yet, but we are now doing them on a monthly basis. So it went really well. We had a lot of participation, over 75 folks, and then they broke out into 3 groups. And a lot of those groups were individuals from the San Mateo Community College District. Majority of them were from Kenyatta College. Very good conversations, and we're continuing to unpack and allow individuals to be heard, students and staff and faculty. Thank you.
Thank you, President Moore. And just moving right down my virtual days, I guess. CFO Slater, any report, or do you want to wait for the budget update? She wants to wait for the budget update. And that brings me to District Academic Senate President Wallace. Jeremy, I heard a little bit of you today. I had to go off and do something else. It was great. Thank you.
Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I'll be really quick. The District Senate is meeting over the summer because we want to make sure the faculty voice is involved in all the discussions and decision making around fall 2020 and spring 2021 eventually. I will say though that over the last month, the last 2 meetings, we have talked a lot about racial justice, equity, social justice in our district. And we've had some really good conversations, really powerful conversations. This past Monday was it was tough, and but it was honest, and And I think the Senate, we're working really towards really trying to identify any kind of inequities that the 10+1 is creating in our district. And I think we are all committed to really deconstructing those structures and kind of rebuilding them in a way that's going to promote social justice in our district. And so it's everything from our hiring practices to our curriculum. So everything's on the table right now, and I'm looking forward to sharing some of our work in the coming months on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, District Academic Senate President Wallace. President Schwartz, that concludes our reports.
Thank you. I just want to thank the college presidents and everybody that's involved for inviting everybody that you can think of for these conversations that you're having. I was able to sit in on some, and it is a learning experience for me, but it also makes me so proud to be in your company, to know these people that work within this district that are adding so much to society, education, to a lot of us who need to know more. And to help if we can. So I appreciate the invitations. Keep them coming. And if anybody hasn't attended, I certainly give a highly recommendation. It's a great way to spend a couple hours. We are down to statements from other representative groups. Is there anybody from AFT who would like to make any announcements? And I don't know how I will know that, except I guess I go to the hand raise, right? Okay, if anybody from any of the local units, AFT, CSEA, or AFSCME? And I don't see any hands being raised here. So I'm going to move on. If I've missed you, let me know.
I think there's one up. Trustee Schwartz.
Yeah, I knew I would miss one. Where is it? Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. Deepak?
Hey. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Great.
Okay. So yeah, I work for Skyline College as adjunct faculty. And I just wanted to, I heard some of the parts of the meeting, I should say. And I just wanted to let you know that this is a really nice platform to raise the voice, but at the same time, what we heard is like our association is putting up some of the points here. And I just wanted to let you guys know that these days with this online teaching, it is really a shift of mind and a shift of the way you can anticipate teaching, in fact. So it is definitely good and bad. The good part is that we are still able to continue with what we are supposed to do. The not so bad thing, but definitely some effort is taking more to, prepare those online courses. At the same time, you have to make those things speech to text conversations and those kind of things. So to make it accessible for all kind of students, it is like definitely some effort what should be acknowledged. And that's what I wanted to bring it to everybody's notice, that when any adjunct faculty is also working, they get 1 hour as office hour, which is like a little less for the effort what it takes to get ready for a class for 2 to 3 hours. So these are the things. Again, nobody's here. It is not a showstopper, but at the same time, if it is acknowledged and rewarded, it would be greatly appreciated. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much. He has brought us into statements from the public on non-agenda items. And this is a section on the agenda that is open up to the public to speak for 3 minutes using a 20-minute total. I've had a request from members from the AFT to speak, and I have a list of names. And so I hope, we'll see if this works. I'm going to call out the names, and We have 15 minutes at 6:45, so if the AFT, if you can keep your, look at 7 o'clock, we will be finished with your presentations. But I'm going to call, the first name is Ariel Smith, counselor from CSM.
Good evening, members of the board, chancellor, and public. I'm Dr. Ariel Smith. I am also the CSM Academic Senate President, but I come here tonight as a counselor. And I'm asking you to do something that no one that we've spoken with has done so far, and that's don't just listen to us, but hear us. And Board of Trustees, I hope I can hold you to the statement that you just made about being responsive to our concerns and our experience within our institution and allow us to feel seen, respected, and acknowledged. We have been told time and again by our district and our deans that the work we do as counselors is valued. We require that almost every single student meet with a counselor at least once during their time here for a reason. We're the backbone of learning communities, statewide initiatives like Guided Pathways, and new programs like Promise, which indicates to us that there is some level of understanding that we hold a discipline-specific professional expertise of significance. We are told by our students that we make a huge difference in their lives and in their educational journeys. Yet all of our attempts to request changes to better meet our students' needs from our professional and pedagogical expertise as counseling faculty have been ignored and devalued. We have come multiple times in good faith to say that the work we do matters, and we would like to be able to do it better to meet our students' needs. And we've been met with silence, lawyers, and insulting devaluations to our roles, with recent negotiations calling us part-time employees who deserve part-time pay. In an era of increased scrutiny of institutional practices that perpetuate systems of inequity, this is a clear example of that taking place in our own district. When we have commodified education to the point that we lose our sense of humanity and center efficiency over effectiveness, we are guilty of perpetuating traditional power structures. Counseling has long been a profession that is composed of higher percentages of people of color and people with marginalized identities, and our district is no exception to this rule. Counseling faculty compose one of the largest and most diverse faculty groups in our district and engage in the kind of emotional and individual work with students that is traditionally devalued in our society, and our institution is reflective of that. Our attempts since October of 2018 to bring light to small changes that we would like to make from the perspective of our professional pedagogical expertise have been met with derision and insult, as if what we were asking for was so radical. Just a little more time to meet with each of our students to be able to more effectively meet their needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go down the list I was given. Lavina Zanasi, a counselor from Skyline. Okay,
Can you
mute Lavina, please.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening, trustees and other respective members. Thank you for this opportunity for a few of us counselors to share with you some important aspects about the work that we do for students who choose to attend our 3 colleges. My name is Lavinia Zanassi, and I have had the privilege to work as a college counselor for 40 years, 33 of which have been at the community college setting. Counseling in the era of COVID-19 has been altered. No one will argue that the pandemic of 2020 has brought with it irrevocable changes. These new adaptive ways of learning and communicating will most likely not be reversed as we move forward. Yet, at this very moment, if we allow our students the consideration they deserve, these once unfamiliar interactions will make way for increased flexibility, agency, and ultimately resilience. I ask each of you to consider, is this not the true essence of a transformative counselor? We are at a crossroads this summer, one any intersection we had before. And at this new juncture, I would like you to contemplate a few truths. Counseling in community colleges is, Counseling in community colleges is distinct from all other university counseling. We are open access institutions that serve students from all walks of life. We exist within the very neighborhoods of our students' homes, and we invite them to ask questions, to share their concerns, to tell us about their challenges and successes. I ask each of you to consider, is this not the premise of a student-ready college? We don't wish to cut corners, minimize our efforts, or shortchange our students. Rather, we seek improved responsiveness to student needs. I ask you to consider, is this not the core principle of a student-centered institution? Students rely on counselors' confidential and non-judgmental conversations, and this rapport plays an indispensable role in student persistence and success. Persistence and success, exactly that. Is this not the very goal we have been striving to achieve and improve upon for decades? And it still remains central to our collective efforts. We are here to ask for something that is not complicated, intricate, or disingenuous. It is simple, straightforward, and authentic. We are requesting that counselors be given serious consideration for an opportunity to do more of what we do well, to be given the time to realistically address our students' needs, to not confine a student's willingness to learn and to seek greater self-confidence. When is this not a good thing? I urge you to listen to us with no preconceptions, and for the well-being of our students, to act on your commitments as humanistic educators and leaders. And when you truly hear us, I trust you will make an equitable decision at a time when we are all called upon to examine obsolete, outdated practices and to put an end to structures that present obstacles to progress. I ask you to finally consider endorsing what is right and just. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jacqueline Escobar, counselor from Skyline.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, trustee and members. Thank you for your time. My name is Jacqueline Escobar. I'm a counselor at Skyline College for over 20 years. Students, you've applied to the San Mateo Community College District. To start you off on the right path, we've allowed for 30 minutes. 30 minutes to set your path for college. So students, what will I do for you in the 30 minutes? Well, I will find out about you. Find out about your goals, your hopes. I ask questions to get to know you, the person. How are you? No, really, how are you? How have you been? So much is going on in the world at this time. I ask about your expectations for college. I ask what you are most excited about as you begin Skyline and any concerns you might have. We talk about this. I ask about your major and the clarity of your choice of major. We will discuss your course selection for your first year. I will assist you in developing a one-year SEP. I ask if you're applying for financial aid. I will make referrals to appropriate services on campus. You are a veteran. Thank you for your service. You have transcripts from 2 different colleges that you've attended, and you're told you cannot get them evaluated until you start school. No problem. I'll review them for you. You want to transfer? I research admissions requirements and policies for all 6 colleges that you declared an interest in applying to. It's 1:28 p.m. I have my next appointment in 2 minutes. Looks like we're running out of time, I say. Hold on for a minute. Let me check my schedule. I have back-to-back appointments and I'm on the grid until 5. To students. Okay, how about we come back and finish your SEP at 6:30? I'll send you a link. One day later, the student sends an email. Hello, Ms. Escobar. Thank you so much for your help. One of the classes that we discussed I need is closed. Can you please help me find a new class? The conversation continues via email over the next 2 days. As a counselor, I go out of my way to help my students, as do all of my colleagues across the district. The work that we do changes the lives of our students and their families. So it's hard to understand why a request for additional time to work with our students is regarded with so much resistance. Another 15 minutes, 30 minutes, really? We give the majority of our students 30 minutes and wonder why we can't move the needle. Our district is failing our students. We have a responsibility to provide our students with access to the counseling support they need to successfully manage our educational system and that of the 4 years. We have a responsibility to do better for our students. Supporting your counseling faculty by adjusting and increasing the length of appointments means directly supporting your students. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Mendez, counselor, Kenyatta College.
Good evening, trustees and members. My name is Sandra Mendez, and I have worked as a counselor at Kenyatta College for the past 10 years. I'm very fortunate to say that I love my profession because I get to work with one of the most amazing students that we will ever meet in the community college system. During the global pandemic, we could not expect any less. Our students are resilient, hardworking individuals who deserve the very best. This is the main reason why our schedules filled up really quickly. Even right now during summer, we are backlogged 3 weeks, not because we can't do our job, because the students need us. They need us to support and help them navigate the online system. How do you find jobs? How do you work with situations that are beyond your control? And how do you keep growing and learning? And those are some of the questions that we address before we even get to the student ed plan. Our students have mentioned more than many times how valuable our support has been. And the main challenge really has been not having enough time, but that's something that is beyond both our control because we are there to support them no matter what. Even if it means answering emails beyond work hours, even if it means following up for the 15th time on a certain situation, we care about you. We care about the students because we really believe in the mission that our district has upheld. On that note, one of the challenges has always been, why can't we get more time with the students when the students are asking that time for them? Why can't we provide more support for them when they need it the most? Things will happen, life will change, but the students will always remember how they were treated during this time, during the global pandemic. So I ask all of you to reconsider, listen to us who are the experts in the lives of the students, trying to help them navigate the system, trying to get them to take classes, trying to really fulfill the mission of the community college access, and really make them feel welcome, especially during the time where everything is closed to them. All we ask is more time to support them, and I believe that this benefit will have long-term effects for the positive for everybody on our campus. I'm just wanting to talk on behalf of the students who are not really heard, but that really come to our doors through the counseling session. Even if it's through the Zoom window on our computers, they are there, they exist, and they deserve to be heard. And I really hope I'm giving the opportunity to support them even more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jenna French, DRC from Kenyatta.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Great job, counselors who spoke before me. Wonderful. Good evening, San Mateo Community College District Board of Trustees. My name is Jenna French. I'm a learning disability specialist, disability counselor at Kenyatta College. Why am I here? I'm here to tell you that counselors have been trying for over a year to help students get the best counseling as possible in this district, written in our contract, but also to match what's actually happening on campuses. Let me clarify. Personal counseling is getting long appointments and getting good support to students. We're talking about academic counselors specifically. Academic counselors are fighting for students to get what they deserve. I'm here today representing some adjunct counselors and non-tenure full-time counselors who are unable to speak up. They don't feel comfortable as they might want to apply to future permanent jobs. So we are representing a large amount of counselors. Most of the brand new students in this district are not getting enough time when they first meet with a counselor. They need more time. They need time to learn about programs like Promise. They need to feel safe and heard on campus. They need to tell a counselor that they're sleeping in their car. They need to tell a counselor that they were pepper sprayed during a protest and are still having physical pain. They need to tell a counselor that they don't have money to pay for food. They need to tell a counselor that they don't know how to study. They need to tell a counselor that they haven't taken a class in years and are terrified to come back to school. They need to tell a counselor that they're balancing 2 jobs, 14 units, 2 kids while being a single parent. They need to tell a counselor that they're feeling depressed and don't know where to go. All these concerns can come up even before talking about what classes to take. Counselors need more time. There's a safe place for students to share their dreams and fears if they have the time to do it. I want to ask everyone in this meeting, think back to the first time you entered college. Think about all the emotions, the excitement, the fears, the questions, concerns. So much to ask a counselor. Do you want a rushed short minute, or do you want to give them the time to really process that and talk to a counselor? So let me ask you, Board of Trustees, as a brand new college student, how long do you want in a counseling appointment? I do not understand why the district is rejecting the counselor's professional judgment on how to best serve students. Would the district tell a science professor that their lectures can include certain chapters? Would the district tell an art professor how much paint to use in a painting? Would the district tell a history professor that they can only focus on certain parts of history? The district trusts instructional faculty in their subject area. Please trust us counselors when we ask you when we tell you how we want to counsel students. So if it's not clear yet, we need more time for appointments with students. It's ironic because the purpose of counselors is to make sure that students are felt heard. But counselors aren't really feeling heard in this district, the very thing they're hired to do. So please listen to us for the students. Please hear us that we need more time for counseling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the end of the list for counselors that I have. We now have quite a list for instructional faculty, and it is 7 o'clock. So my request is going to be, if you cannot be repetitious, that would be wonderful. And I will start off with the person who has their hand raised. I'm going to say your name wrong, and I apologize. Suji, S-U-J-I.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you so much. Good evening, the San Mateo County Community College District Trustees and Chancellor and my fellow colleagues in there. I am going to talk about faculty workload. I'm an adjunct faculty at Skyline College, and I'm a freeway professor. That means that I just don't teach at Skyline, I teach at other colleges as well. So with that being said, I would like to say is having 40 students enrolled in an online program doesn't fit the pedagogical model of what I want to provide for my students. I usually do not set up a class and run away into thin air. I am present for all 40 students with the time that I have. And having 40 students, I'm not able to provide that authentic relationship and the time that I need with them, or in order to provide supportive learning environment for them to be successful. Our district motto is student first. So if that's the case, then why students are placed in a position for failure and faculty also in a position for failure. And that also becomes an equity issue. So please reconsider about what you think about load for faculty with regards to number of students in a course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rhonda Wimmer, professor from Skyline College.
I'm going to pass on this one.
Okay, thank you. Jay Lehman, math professor, CSM.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Well, thank you for giving me a moment to share. I've been teaching at CSM for 31 years now and have never once brought any concerns to the Board of Trustees or my president or so forth. Just to underscore how important I think this issue is of workload. When I was first hired here, we had some good programs, but I have to say we have far more programs now, and it's very exciting. A lot of these things are cutting edge, and I'm excited for our students and all the opportunities they afford. I feel like many years ago, maybe 10, we were called forward to increase success rates and also close equity gaps. And I do believe that these programs have a lot of potential, and some of those potentials have been realized. But I also have to say that I can see on the counselor side, we just heard from counselors, quite a number of them, how stretched thin they are. And I've seen that on my side of the fence too. I've helped co-lead the whole AB 705 movement for math. And a key component of that was working with counselors. And I could just see how stretched thin they were on that, with that project, which is still ongoing and mandated by the state, by the way. And again, the whole thing is to raise these success rates, close equity gaps. And the thing of it is what happens when these new programs arise for faculty is that we all muster up and we put in time, beyond our wherewithal. But then that next program gets layered and the next program gets layered in, and we truly get overwhelmed. It gets to the point we really can't do it all well. And so we're scrambling to do it all, or picking and choosing certain programs to support. And now with the remote instruction, we've gone on tilt. This spring, there's no more stressful time in my life of 31 years of teaching. And, my worry is the students are going to fall to the brunt of this. One of the key aspects of closing equity gaps and so forth is creating a sense of belonging, showing students that we care. And a lot of that comes by, at the end of the day, after we finish lecturing and after we've graded those tests and all those other things, which by the way, take much longer online. Grading tests 2 or 3 times as long. Preparation, mammoth. So with all these things going on, at the end of the day, ideally, we're still contacting students and catching those that are falling. And it really, truly is along the lines of something has to give. And so I'm hoping you can take that into consideration so we can benefit our students better. Thank you.
President Schwartz, you're on mute.
Unmute. Oh, yeah. Apologies. I'm sorry. Did we have Kolo? No. Kolo Wamba? Physics instructor from Skyline? David Meckler, music faculty, Kenyatta?
Hello, just want to quickly think about doing the math. If we have a supposedly a 40-hour work week, we have 5 classes, and I'm keeping up with synchronous meetings. So that would be 3 hours of meeting time per week. We have 25, that's 15 hours. Then I'm using very optimistic numbers, about an hour preparation for lecture each week for each preparation. I don't know, usually takes longer than that, but we're down to 20 hours left in the week. To do online content creation, I find even when I'm working at my most efficient, to make a 5-minute video takes at least 30 minutes, of course, probably longer. So again, just a minimum number, that would be 15 hours a week that I'm working on that. And of course, there's the committee work and all that. So when you subtract all those hours out of our 40-hour work week, I'm left with about 12 hours for students. And if you have 5 sections with 25 students in each, that means you have about 5 to 6 minutes per student for all grading, for all contact, for all email, for all Zoom. And I just think our goals are not going to be achieved with 5 to 6 minutes per student. So really want to address load issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kolo, if you're available, we're ready to unmute you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So my name is Kolo Wamba, and I teach physics at Skyline College. Justified civil unrest has erupted all over the country. A deadly viral pandemic continues to take us by storm, and the terrifying degradation of the Earth's climate continues its steady march to oblivion. Meanwhile, here in California, the richest state in the richest country the world has ever seen, we rely on a power company that can't figure out how to keep from occasionally killing people, or even how to reliably keep the lights on. In fact, we just had another blackout in my neighborhood just the other day. In regular times, this would be little more than a mild annoyance, but because the pandemic has forced my students and I to interact exclusively online, having reliable electricity has become more crucial than ever. Of course, it would also be nice if the country wasn't burning and the climate was stable. And somehow through all this, I'm supposed to just quietly keep teaching physics. And yet this is exactly what I've been desperately trying to do. In fact, if I can help my students cling to some semblance of normalcy through all this, I consider it a success. But I'm constantly hearing from bewildered students who say they didn't sign up to become online learners, and yet here we are. In particular, for those on the wrong side of the digital divide, it has been nothing short of a nightmare, serving only to amplify the vicious equity gaps that were already there. And that's what this is really about. The uprisings we are seeing in the streets are a rebellion not only against the status quo of inequitable policing, but also against inequity itself. And this is precisely what our own struggle comes down to. Will you, the district, stand with us in this fight? You actually have the opportunity to be a player here in the movement to divest from brutal policing and invest in education and social services. Listen to what I and my colleagues are saying to you. Don't perpetuate the inequities that underlie the unrest that we see in our streets. What would you have the history books say about this moment? Did California, the richest state in the richest country the world has ever seen, continue to fail to keep the lights on and also fail to properly educate its college student when it mattered the most? Or will they proclaim how we use the current crisis to make bold moves and destroy the inequities that are threatening to bring down the very system itself? Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Zhang.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am not expect to speak. Yes, under this kind of situation, so actually I talked to my colleague. So most people working harder on, so they were saying just busy like crazy from early morning to midnight. So I don't know. And then besides that, we stay home and so the equipment, the laptop is another problem. All the supplies. So that's what I'm trying to say will be all the materials. So I don't know what's going on. We pay by ourselves. We try to do our best to keep our students, everybody together to compete with this hardship, the situation, and try to have our students go over and learn more. Even though I invite the guest speakers, we opening the Zoom meeting, and students, they were happy, and then I got a very, the good review and response. And anyway, that's what I'm trying to say. I try our best, all my colleagues. We try our best, especially my supervisor, Linda Whedon. So we work as a team, we try our best, and we learn, we got a lot of experience. But we also hope district to support us over this kind of situation. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker will be, can't say your name, NGA Huynh, Huyhn. And maybe I spelled it, so I don't, trying to stay out of trouble here. Jeremy, you have your hand raised. Maybe we'll go to you until maybe this person will come forward.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
You have a hand raised from Eric Brenner too.
Excuse me?
You have a hand raised by Eric Brenner.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you, Trustee Schwartz. I just wanted to real quickly say that the District Senate did talk about the counseling request at our meeting on Monday, and the Senate does stand behind the needs and demands of the counseling faculty. I'll be really quick, but because we'll have a more formal resolution for you in the next few weeks. But basically, like, we support the counseling in their demands revolving around teaching and learning, specifically around the length of appointment times. I think it's important to state that our counseling faculty are discipline experts in counseling, just the same way I'm a discipline expert in English, and faculty are discipline experts in history and sociology, et cetera. And so, and I think it's also important to note that the negotiating team for the district and in administration across the district would not presume to tell a history professor, for example, how many questions their final exam should have or how many pages I should assign in my class, right? And so the district Senate is very much against the negotiating team telling the counseling what they believe the best length of their appointment should be. So I just want to just support my counseling colleagues tonight, and then I'll also be bringing a recommendation and a resolution to the board next few weeks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. And this will be the last one from faculty, Eric Brenner.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? Yeah. So I'm Eric Brenner. I've been a faculty member of the district since 1983, first as an instructional designer at CSM, and then for most of the time a librarian at Skyline. And I just want to basically support the faculty who've been talking about the workload issues, because the AFT and Academic Center have been repeatedly, they've raised the need to address excessive workload issues going back to at least 2013 through several sets of contract negotiations, multiple district workload committees, several presentations of the board. And yet the district has still failed to agree on any proposals for addressing excessive workloads. As a basic aid or community funded district in a county with very high property values, providing ongoing strong revenues, which provide very healthy budgets among the strongest in the state. The 2019-20 budget for the district has a reserve of over $30 million, which is 15% of the budget. The state recommends 5% minimum reserve. Our district administrators' salaries are ranked #1 in the state. The number of district administrators has increased by 55% since 2011, and yet we're not seeing the district really step up and address the teaching and learning conditions that we're facing, especially in these difficult times, a global pandemic in which faculty and students are being forced to teach and learn online. The district is still being resistant to agree to contract language that would reduce class sizes and help faculty to be able to help students succeed in these unprecedentedly difficult, stressful conditions. The district has the resources to address these teaching and learning conditions. They just have to make it a priority and show faculty that they have their respect and that they take their conditions seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brenner, Professor Brenner. So that is the end of our section for statements from the public on non-agenda items. People help me out if there are any other hand raised on any other topics. I do not see them. So I'm going to move back to the agenda.
You have a hand raised.
Oh, we do, okay. This is on a different topic?
Yes, it is, actually.
Okay, Ron.
My name is Dr. Rhonda Wimmer, and I teach at Skyline. I'm a professor. And good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor, and fellow colleagues. What I would actually like to address is the return to campus with COVID-19 transmission. I know this is a public health. It's guided by our public health in the County of San Mateo. But I know there's a lot of concern among students, faculty, staff, and administrators about returning to work. You have some faculty that want to return to work and some students that want to return to school. And then you have a safety issue. And the safety issue that I want to address is the transmission with carriers that are asymptomatic. Although there's temperature checks and testing, it does not catch these asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic students or anybody that comes on campus. So therefore it puts students, faculty, staff, and administration at risk. Given our demographics, it also puts marginalized populations more at risk coming on campus. For CTE, career technical education professions that require hands-on, it's even more, safety issues become even more paramount. The reason why is because we have to be right next to the student to be able to implement any hands-on work, which means that there's transmission. Because how can physical distancing be implemented? It's contradictory. So if a person cannot implement physical distancing, then again, this is contradictory to one of the stipulations to prevent the transmission and getting the virus. Lastly, what we do know about this virus and what has not changed is increased mobility is directly related to increased cases. There are too many unknown variables and safety should be the highest priority. Opening is not safe. There's a false sense of security associated with opening and testing being put in place. It is needed, of course, to gather data to identify the hotspots, but it does not mean it's safe by any means. Campuses are incubators, regardless. Our students, faculty, staff, and administrators do not just come from San Mateo County. And I just wanted to address that this is not the flu. This is much more severe with longer lasting symptoms. And I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board and that there's a lot of people that are concerned about coming back to campus. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this.
Thank you, Rhonda. Okay, anybody see any other hands raised on non-agenda items? We are going to move to 20-6-6C. Two items were moved from the top of the agenda, and members of the public who have interest in and want to speak on these items, comments relating to the Exos contract will be made under that agenda item. This is an information report, 20-6-6C. Information report on request for proposal process for operations of the San Mateo Athletic Club in partnership with the district. Chancellor of Auxiliary and Community Services, Tom Bauer, is going to introduce this report.
Thanks, President Schwartz. Vice Chancellor, don't want Mike's job.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm joined tonight by our Interim Director of General Services, Yaneli Polito. So after the meeting that we had 2 weeks ago, and I had indicated at that meeting that the questions for the RFP were actually completed. I had done that during the shelter in place. But hearing from the board 2 weeks ago, Yaneli and I met and we put together a schedule to release the RFP. Inquiries that I made, and I discussed them on June 10th, from some companies had led us to believe that many aren't going to bid in this time, but at least one, well, not at least one company did step forward after the meeting and sent an email to Chancellor Claire, myself, and Trustee Holliber expressing interest in this process. So Yaneli and I met and we put a schedule together. As you can see from that schedule in the report, we're planning to release this next month. But we do need tonight, obviously, to answer any questions the board has about the RFP process, and I know Yaneli is well equipped to do that. But we need guidance from the board if we are having one as part of this RFP or not, as part of the scope, so that we can either put it in or not put it in when we release it. So with that, Yaneli and I are both here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor of Auxiliary. Open for board questions and comments. Any of the board members have a question or comment? I'm looking at all four of you guys.
Well, I do.
Trustee Holliber.
So I would start by saying that there have been severe problems with staff following or failing to follow the leadership of the district, whether that be the chancellor issuing a statement to the public that surprised the hell out of me a couple of days ago, that while we remain under emergency procedures, that the SMAC will reopen at a time that, as the last speaker eloquently pointed out, we are at risk of the spread of the coronavirus. And that was done without, my knowledge, approval. It was certainly done clearly after our last board meeting. The board made it, I think, very clear that we were envisioning a lengthy period during which our campuses, including facilities open to the public, would remain closed. We'll talk about that more later. I raise it simply to say I believe that the RFP process must be removed from the hands of staff. And somehow we need to find a way to bring someone in who is able to be truly neutral and truly focused on doing what is best for this institution of higher education. I don't have any confidence that that can be done by our staff. So those are my opening comments. And beyond that, I think there are a lot of questions about the scope of the RFP that we're presupposing what that RFP is going to be all about, because other trustees, as well as me, have raised questions about the contracting out of what I believe are jobs that should be done by our employees, bargaining unit jobs where they pay living wages and benefits that people need, to outside contractors who then in turn recontract those to third-party contractors who are minimum wage or barely above minimum wage service providers. So all of those are questions that need to be determined by board policy before we go out and issue an RFP that is making assumptions that I don't believe are yet reflective of where this board stands on those questions. Thank you.
Vice Chancellor Bauer, do you have any response to that?
So the only thing that I would say, and I'm just going to be really honest. No, I'm not going to be honest. Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. As far as the announcement that was sent out, I sent that announcement out because we've been under tremendous pressure from club members to announce a date. I was directed by the chancellor back in April to work on a plan to reactivate SMAC when the county health orders allowed us to do that. And that is what I did. I worked with our Emergency Operations Center. I worked with our Continuity of Operations and our Operations Group, Ben Zara Minkin from our Emergency Preparedness Group. And I did this under the direction of the Chancellor to have a plan ready to do this and to make it available as well to our student athletes. And that's what I did. As far as announcing an opening date, I saw that, at least personally for me, as an operational matter. When I went and we did the food distribution, we bring upwards of 1,000 cars on campus on Friday. That was at the direction of the Chancellor. We still have the farmers market. I am sorry if I offended board members, but I have to tell you, having my ethics, my professionalism, called into question this way as well is problematic for me as well. So I don't really have anything else to say.
Thank you. Any other board members want to comment? Trustee Middleton?
Yeah, I'll just return to the topic of the RFP and get back to the RFP process. I just have two thoughts on this. Again, we have an accelerated time frame because we have a contract that's expiring. We have an extension that will be, in front of us for discussion in a few minutes from now, perhaps. But it's clear that we need to move forward expeditiously with this RFP process. There had been a discussion of having an outside entity review which positions could be filled by our current employees and bargaining unit employees versus which ones would be contracted out or then in turn contracted out to third-party providers, which is not something that I am comfortable with for many of the reasons that Trustee Holliver stated. I believe that in our commitment to our economic justice in our community, that we should pay living wages to employees and we should provide benefits such as health insurance to our employees. And I don't like to see jobs on our campus being contracted out to minimum wage or slightly above minimum wage employees with no benefits. That's not in keeping with my values as a trustee of this district. Now, whether or not we will have time to have that analysis done before the RFP process is in question because of the timing now that we're backed into by the nature of this process. So what I would propose to the RFP process is that we ask the vendors who bid on this to agree that if there are jobs that are determined that we can do through bargaining unit employees, obviously that will affect the cost that they are bidding, but that cost will then be passed through, and we as a board can then evaluate if we choose to do that and have those positions done by bargaining unit employees. We would then expect that cost would be raised, and we can then make the determination of some combination of reducing the income that is generated by the athletic club or increasing the fees that are paid to cover the additional costs. But we will be able to make that evaluation and make that determination of which jobs will be done by bargaining unit employees and which ones would be contracted out. And that would, regardless of what the vendor bids, that would still be something that the board would have the prerogative to look at. So that would be one proposed addition or change to your RFP. The other was the question you asked regarding scope. At this point, I do not see us having a defined plan for an athletic club or a building which is going to be open in the next 6 months at Kenyatta College. So I don't see, given the nature of this RFP, why it would extend to anything beyond the College of San Mateo facility. That we will have the opportunity at some future date to issue an RFP for the Kenyatta facility if and when we know exactly what that's going to consist of and what it will be composed of. And at that point, should the incumbent vendor at College of San Mateo wish to bid on that facility, that's great. And certainly they would have the economic advantage at that point of being able to say there's some economies of scale or whatever that they can incorporate into their proposal, which would certainly give them a leg up. But it's by no means a guarantee that whoever operates the College of San Mateo is going to then operate the Kenyatta facility. In my experience in business, there's often advantages to having several vendors that you work with because you can get better services at a better price typically in that way. So that would be my two thoughts in response to your RFP document that you sent out.
Thank you. Any other board members? Trustee Goodman?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Dave said regarding our employees or workers of the facility getting a livable wage as well as possibly even being district employees. But what I guess my real concern is of the comment that was made again. Vice Chancellor Bauer, yes, you can. I do believe as a professional, you can defend yourself, but I do believe I have to at least say something that I just felt the comment is problematic just because if that is a concern, we have bigger problems than we think, a lot bigger than this contract, this relationship with Exos, if we truly have lost confidence in our staff. And I don't think that that's the case. And I just wanted to say that, we have disagreements here, but I do believe we have to make sure along the lines of the comments that are made, there has to be a certain level of professionalism. And whether I'm not sure what the intent was or if it was meant to discredit or attack someone's credibility or integrity. I do believe that we really do have bigger problems if we are questioning that. And so, you know, on that statement, that's all I'll say for right now. Just I'm not trying to be any more disrespectful to anyone involved, but I do feel that it was, I do find it very problematic if the way I received it was the way it was tended.
Okay. Trustee Norris, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'm concerned about all this discussion as well. I think that there's a time and a place to discuss other issues, and I don't think that this is the time or the place. I think it's very difficult under the circumstances that we're dealing with for everyone to do their job and to do it as best as they can. And I find it hard to listen to these kind of comments where people are questioning people's ethics, their morality, and their honesty as far as that goes. And I don't like to hear that. If we have issues, then we need to deal with them, and we should deal with them in a different way. I don't lack confidence in the administration at this time. I'm trying to be as supportive as I can of all of the thoughts that are coming out here today. But we also have an obligation to the community. And I'm hearing that. I'm getting emails, as all of you are as well. There's a number of people that use this particular venue and have been using it for years very successfully. And they seem to like it. And they are concerned about losing the use of this particular venue. And right now, I don't want this venue and its use to the community to be used for any other purpose than the discussion to put it back online and make sure that the community and our students have use. And so let's just focus on that. Let's get it back to working. Let's forget about some of this other stuff. We've dealt with things in the past. Let's leave the past in the past and let's just move forward at this point. So I don't think we can do the RFP at this point either. But we need to do something to be able to get this facility working again. And that's my main concern at this point, getting it moving forward and getting it back online for our community.
Thank you. I would just add, I'm a little concerned. I'm very concerned about some of the things that have been said. This is not the time and place for that at all. And personal feelings, I think, shouldn't come up. When someone comes out and admits that they've made an error, that's good enough for me. Take responsibility and we move forward. So there was a meeting a long time ago where I think Trustee Holliver, you were going to be most active in trying to find a company or something to give us information on this, and it never happened. And you were going to be the lead on this, and it didn't happen. And I don't want to hear your excuses right now because we are here. But the question at hand.
I want to correct the record because what you said is not correct. I have called from time to time on the value that I believe is served by board-directed performance audits of various operations of the district. I don't know whether at any point the other trustees or a majority would agree with that value. I believe it would have great value. But when I raised it, it was rejected by you and other trustees, and it went nowhere. So I never said I would take the lead in going out and finding a firm, if that's what you're suggesting. But I think through the board process, we would be better served to have this done by folks that have not been so involved in some of the controversies.
Okay. I'm not going to debate that. I think I even volunteered to work with you on it and never heard anything about it. So we're here now. Where we are is, should we put out an RFP at this time for another management company for the College of San Mateo? Is that the question? Somebody give me a yay or a nay.
I believe that, I mean, that's how I see the proposal that's before us, yes.
That's our question.
Well, yeah, maybe we should look at a little bit more of the totality, which is we have a vendor. That vendor may be one of the bidders going forward. It's not necessarily going to be a new, I mean, it could be the existing, but we open this up in an RFP process so we get a competitive bid on this. And I believe, we have a contract which expires July 1, if I recall the date is either June 30th or July 1. And we were talking about a contract extension in a few minutes, presumably, to extend that for some period of months, which is what we discussed at our last board meeting, to allow this RFP process to take place. If we don't want to go forward with the RFP process, I think it leaves us in a bit of a quandary then of what do we do with a contract which is expiring, with a vendor which is in place but has a very limited period of time remaining if we choose not to extend the contract or only extend the contract for 6 months or whatever the period be, then what do we do? So I feel like we are in a situation where we need to proceed forward with the RFP.
I agree. Not only should we move forward with the RFP, but I also believe that the scope, any additional information and building that RFP, if we could have a board subcommittee or at least 2 individual board members that can participate in that and ensuring that any of the concerns that were brought up in the past, whether it's the employees or anything like that, could be consulted or at least be a part of the process. But I do believe moving forward is something we should do immediately, utilizing the timeline that's set before us.
I think that's a good suggestion. Chancellor Claire, what would you like to add?
Appreciate all the comments, and we just need to move forward.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at. I want to defer to Yaneli because she is an expert on these things, but if it's legal to do so, I actually really like the idea of including 2 board members on the design of the RFP. That way we can get the input, and I acknowledge the board concerns, what I've heard tonight, what I've heard this past year, and I'm confident we could design an RFP that would reflect those values that you've been very clear about with us. And so I would welcome that as long as it's allowable under the law that we can involve board members in the design of the RFP.
Yeah, and I'm sure Jose and Yaneli could speak to that, but I've been a part of that process in another board. But I think it also sends a message to our community that there's no hiding behind decisions that are made. Ultimately, it's the board's decision. If there's any issues of confidence, it's on us. And so it's not, being able to point the finger at anyone. If there's any issues, I like the idea of being a part of the process. So if we choose to create the process, vote on the process, that's who's held responsible. And if there's anyone else to be held responsible down the line, obviously, as I always say, for the community, point the fingers at us. We have one employee, and that's you, Mike.
No.
And it's your job to, control the rest of the, the administration. And so, I wholeheartedly think this is the best decision to move forward, but we just have to move past what just happened, basically. I'm kind of trying to, make my words very safe. I don't want to disrespect anybody, but at the same time, that's already happened with Vice Chancellor Bauer. On behalf of me, I'm sure that's not how I feel. And I just want to say that. And I think Karen said the same thing. And so that's all I can say.
We've sent out RFPs in this district over the years many times for different subjects. This is a very sensitive subject. I understand that. And maybe if a board member wanted to be, if it's possible to be involved in that for the clarity, I think that's a good thing. As board president, I would volunteer myself. If you guys would
going
agree.
To volunteer with Trustee Goodman, since you seem to be interested. I was going to suggest the 2 of us, but if Trustee Schwartz would like to be part of it, that's fine too.
I'm okay with Dave, you and Karen. I just wanted to suggest it for the betterment of this board and moving forward. I trust us. But ultimately I think if there's going to be some accountability, we should have our fingerprints on it, every aspect of it.
Trustee Goodman, I will tell you why I agree with
Agreed.
it so much. It's for the simple facts that we are now, we have a lot of public that are involved in listening to this at the moment. And I think this gives the board credibility and the district credibility that we are trying to do the right thing. And having support of our people that work for us and to clarify that. So Trustee, Vice President Norris, what do you have?
Yes, having heard this discussion as far as how we would structure and move forward with the RFP at this point, I agree also as well. I agree with what Trustee Goodman is saying and the rest of you, that we need to be part of this. We need to be accountable and be involved in the process, because obviously it's one which requires our input as well, more at this particular level. And so I think it's a good idea, and I support that as well. And I'm very confident that the two trustees on it will do an excellent job in moving it forward.
Yeah, me too. And I just think this has to be said that we have to make sure that as we proceed with not just this item, but other items on the agenda tonight, that we're going to get frustrated. We're going to get very heated and passionate about a lot of subjects, but we got to try to focus, and me included, that we focus on the positions, on the work, and not on people. And so if we're upset about something, it's about the process, it's about positions, but not people.
Again, totally agree with you. Never decided for respect for each other. We try to spout it out all the time, but let's look at ourselves in the mirror once in a while. So Chancellor, I think you wanted to double check to make sure that a board member could be involved in this. I don't know why they couldn't, but let's always verify.
I've learned that Trustee Goodman is usually right on legal matters. Nellie, I don't know if you have anything to add.
If I can add to the conversation, this is Yaneli Polito, Interim Director of General Services. Good evening.
Hi, okay.
Hi. So we have consulted with County Council in regards to having the board participate on an RFP process. And they have advised that it's not something that our district should get into the habit of doing, because first, it's an issue of optics. And second, it's, this contract will eventually come to the board for approval. And so even though it's not illegal for a board member to participate in the RFP process, it just somewhat does not align with our board policies that you have set, where you have delegated this responsibility to the chancellor, and then the chancellor delegated the responsibility to my Department of General Services. And so just to provide a little bit more insight as to how the RFP process works. So we do have, General Services provides oversight and controls the RFP process. And so, and that's the key to keeping it separate from those that are actually managing this vendor. So hence Tom Bauer, his department, who's the day-to-day operations. And so we kind of keep a arm's length distance from the process. Once we issue the RFP, we go into a blackout period. So vendors are not allowed to reach out to any of the key stakeholders, and that could be you, board members, our chancellor, our vice chancellors, anybody who they would be dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And so then I would become the point of contact in managing the RFP, dealing with any inquiries, managing the issuance of all the documents, the pre-proposal conference, addressing RFIs, and then once receiving proposals, which is all done electronically. And then once proposals are submitted, I'm the one that sets up the meetings for the selection committee members to meet and review. And so, our department has put in place specific policies and guidelines as to how this process is supposed to be conducted in order for it to, be transparent and fair, as well as maintaining the integrity of the process. And so that's what I just wanted to let the board know.
So if I could comment for a moment.
I had a question.
Trustee Goodman, go ahead.
Yeah. So Yaneli, I appreciate the background. But my suggestion wasn't to be a part of the process from beginning to end with regards to the RFP. And I think my concern was for building the scope, meaning a conversation that could happen, and we could very well have a study session on the scope of this RFP at a board meeting. But by having a conversation with 2 board members, there's no need to agendize it. There's no need to have a meeting, but you have 2 board members that are participating in the scope preparation of that. And when I did do this in the past, it was utilizing the best practices of this district when I was in South San Francisco. And it was the best practices where where they were basically saying mirror the works of Jose and his department. And so that is the practice of, at times, of this district, where the scope is getting input from board members. And I would also ask or add that the uniqueness of this situation, where we're not saying, hey, this is going to be an ongoing practice, but the uniqueness of this, I think it calls for us to, like, as you stated, it's not illegal, that maybe getting some further support and involvement from county council or council to make sure that we are utilizing the best practices and ensuring that our board members' involvement is limited to just the scope. And once the scope has been prepared, then that process of the RFP begins. And so that's what I just want to add.
Trustee Mandelkern.
Yes, well, thank you, Trustee Goodman. You just clarified exactly what I was going to say, which is I don't think our intent is to be involved in the entire process from start to finish. It's merely to be involved in the drafting of the RFP document that's sent out. Once it's sent out, I think our involvement ends. You know, your department is quite competent to run the procurement process, to interact with the bidders, to receive the information, to evaluate the different bids, et cetera. Really, what we want to do is just make sure that the intent of the board, in terms of the scope, the questions, any of those details that we can help clarify, is there while you're drafting this document, and then we would step out of the process.
Thank you, Trustee Goodman and Mandelkern. I understand. I must have misunderstood what was requested. Thank you.
No. Okay, so where are we now? Chancellor, what do I do next?
Well, yeah, so we definitely will just double check with county council, but I was going to make the same observation that we're really talking about scope, and I think that is a good practice. So I appreciate the conversation. So the next thing is just to kind of look at the timing of the activities, and does that, this obviously is something that Vice Chancellor Bauer worked on with Yaneli. Does that timing certainly puts a decision in the board's, an ultimate decision in the board's hand well before, presuming, you extend the contract. I realize you still got to talk about that, but that gives us, it feels like it gives us sufficient time, but I think we would probably need your feedback on that as well.
And I just want to note, Madam President, you have a member of the public who has their hand raised as well.
Not at this time. If we can finish this discussion amongst the board, please, then I'll go to the public. You had a question to who did you direct your question to? I'm sorry, Chancellor, I didn't.
Oh, no, just feedback from the board in general. Does the timing, does the activities and the time frame look like it's workable from your standpoint?
But it was Yaneli, right? Were you asking her opinion on that?
Well, no, they developed it, so we're just wanting to get feedback. Does this look like a time frame that's going to work for?
I think it is.
Okay. Okay, we have a member of the public that wants to chime in. I think I know who it is.
I think there's 2.
Is there 2? Okay, let me get to the
You have
list
2
here.
now.
It'll be a while to get there. Hands raised, you see?
Maxine and Juanita.
Okay, Juanita, I see you first, if you don't mind going ahead.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Juanita Celaya. I am the first vice president of CSEA. Sorry, Annette's not able to be at the meeting tonight. And what I wanted to say is that when you go out for the RFP process, Thanking, trustees Holliber and Mammerkern for bringing up district staff, district employees. You've got CSEA and AFSCME who have always believed we have jobs in that facility. And I'd like to go back to the minutes from July 22nd, 2009, board report number 09-7-2C, quote, Trustee Holliber asked if staffing will be provided by regular employees of the district. Chancellor Galatolo said staff will be a combination of faculty, classified, and students, and possibly independent contract trainers. And then again, from March 23rd, 2011, board report number 11-3-104B, Trustee Schwartz asked if the goal is to make SMAC a more district-run operation. Mr. Bauer said the district had a 3-year agreement with Medifit and with the operation for a 2-year renewal. So again, we were supposed to be in there from the beginning. Especially you can see from the first one from 2009, Chancellor Galatolo said it was all going to be district employees. And so where do we fall in when you're doing the RFP with somebody looking at making sure that we're looked at as well? Thank you.
You're welcome. You said there was another person from the public. I didn't see it on my list.
I think it was Maxine. But
Maxine,
just
you had her hand
on
raised.
that comment, I'd just like to add that would be the purpose of us, two trustees participating in the scope to ensure that that is incorporated if that's the pleasure of the board. That has been brought up numerous times, and it wasn't done in the last 5 years through our partnership. But if that is the direction that we are going in, then we need to make sure that that's a part of this process.
Yeah. Okay. Maxine, did you want to speak?
Let me unmute. Hello?
Yeah, you're there. You're
Am I
unmuted, Max.
unmuted? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. we
Okay,
can.
terrific. All right. Well, a very interesting discussion, and I was really appreciative of Trustee Goodman's getting back to the scope, because this staff report made me crazy since I had no idea what the heck you guys were discussing in an RFP, which was not attached to the report. So I would like to suggest that you do what Chairman Goodman, Trustee Goodman suggested, is that you bring this back. The scope is the most critical part of your RFP. You have to give direction to potential contractors to know what they're trying to be competitive on. And some of the unknowns are, this bond-funded, incredibly expensive building funded by the taxpayers. Are you going to try to make it as available to as many of the residents of San Mateo County? Or is your goal going to be to maximize revenues? That's part of the language that would go into a scope, I believe. And there's still, at least I haven't seen anything come back before you that addresses the allocation of space in the B1 building. That's going to be critical to whoever decides to bid, because I'm sure as part of the process, there's going to be walkthroughs, and they're going to have an idea of what part of the building they're bidding on. So I think that the board really has some work to do in defining the scope. And I strongly recommend that it come back for public discussion, since you're talking about how to allocate a building that's part of the bond measures that had language that it's going to be available to the public. So I hope you'll bring this back as a study session with a draft RFP after your subcommittees had a chance to work with staff to develop it, or at least bring back the scope of work for some public input and involvement. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lynn Bell.
Hello, thank you. I've been a member of SMAC since the year it opened. I love going there. I joined primarily for the Master Swim program. And listening to all this, I'm fearing that the shelter in place commingled with this new RFP. And bottom line, I've been paying my dues this whole time because I want to support our community. I want to support everyone that I've met that works there, but I'm feeling rather foolish. And can you tell us, is it worth continuing being a member? I have no idea if you're going to allow this to be opened. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. John?
If you're, are you referring to John Pimentel?
It doesn't have a last name. It just says John.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Well, I'll assume it's me. I have two questions that I think are appropriate for board level consideration. And I think the idea of bringing the RFP's scope of work or the RFP's scope back for discussion might be the best way to be able to move forward on the item. I would suggest that the board consider two policy directions to staff, because it sounds like staff is seeking clarity and direction. And those two questions would be, first, what academic purpose does the SMAC, what academic purpose does the board want the SMAC or the facility at Cañada to serve? Is there an opportunity for the facility to be used by faculty and students to have a vocational training program that would teach students the skills and professional responsibilities of how to run a top-notch athletic facility? And I think that would be a appropriate policy level consideration for the board to make a determination on, and to either include or not include that as part of the responsibility for the vendors. And then second, on the issue of appropriate classified staff and wage allocation, living wage, et cetera, that could also be a policy level decision that the board gives to the drafters of the RFP, that simply says the salaries will be equal to or consistent with what classified staff and faculty would be paid for the equivalent positions. I don't mean to oversimplify the point, but those might be directions that the board could give to staff to help craft the scope of work in a way that is consistent with the board's goals. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so we're back to the agenda item, I think. It's an information report on request for proposal for the operations of the San Mateo Athletic Club in partnership with the district. So I do believe that I see the majority of the board wants to move forward with an RFP. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think, yes, we do want to move forward with the RFP, but I think in light of the comments that were just made, the one question I would have is if we were to not just incorporate board members as a part of some type of subcommittee that could start working immediately in crafting the scope, but also prior to July 21st, can we, number one, have some time for that to be sunshined to the public? And if not, can we push back the advertisement and issuance of the RFP to ensure that there is some type of involvement and on a public level? So if we were to have board members from now until, say, July 21st, create the scope and participate in conversations around the scope, but and then create an opportunity for that scope to be sunshine publicly at a board meeting. And then other than that, I really, I like the timeline, but I really want I think there needs to be an opportunity for public involvement. And then as it was mentioned in the last two comments, some involvement around the board setting policy on not just SMAC, but also the facility at Kenyatta. What's the purpose of it? Because it seems like we keep having conversations around that. And so I think it does need more board direction as far as say, this is what we want, this is what we're signing off on, and then we move forward. But absent any type of formal board approval of the purpose of that facility, despite the past issues or concerns, we should have some conversation around what Building 1 will look like. We've come a long way, and we acknowledge the work that has already been done, but I think there needs to be a formal conversation that takes place where we are listening to all of our faculty and staff and formalized by the board.
Trustee Middleton.
Yes, this gets back to the second part of the comment I made earlier, which is I don't believe, from what I know and have heard, that we are far enough along in the process at Kenyatta Building 1 to be able to go out with an RFP to a vendor to have any idea what we're asking them to bid on, given the time frame where we're trying to keep the operations going at the San Mateo Athletic Club at College of San Mateo. I would suggest that it would be appropriate for us to separate the two issues, move forward with the RFP at this point for College of San Mateo, hold off on Kenyatta until there's more certainty about the plans for that facility. I didn't get a sense from my colleagues. I see Trustee Goodman, you're nodding your head yes. I don't know if that's the sense of the entire board that we restrict the scope of the RFP at this point to simply the College of San Mateo facility. I believe that's the correct thing to do because I think it would simplify the process.
Trustee Norris gave you a thumbs up on that.
I think that in light of what's been said and the time frame, and I agree with Trustee Goodman that this needs to come back and be vetted to the public as well to get the comment from everyone, because it's very important that we hear everyone's thoughts on this. But I don't think we can do both of them and do them correctly at this point either. So right now, the principal and most important issue is moving forward with SMAC. So let's move forward with SMAC and get a good RFP put together that works for everybody on that one, and then we'll cross the second bridge when we get to it.
Okay, Trustee Oliver.
A couple of quick comments. First, I believe we are going to get a report. I don't know if we are, but a report on doing a different kind of analysis of the operations, and including bringing them in-house. In other words, that is a topic that I believe is open, and perhaps is something the board is going to want to have analyzed. So if we move forward on an RFP with the timeline that is envisioned, it very well could eliminate serious consideration of an option of our running this facility. And just want to put that on the table as another item, because I do think, along with looking at vendors who may be interested in running it, we should consider, do we want to run it, and what would that look like, and what would that cost? So the RFP may interfere with that thought process, that kind of research process. Also, I want to caution in any drafting of an RFP, board, non-board, however, whoever's involved, that years ago, Juanita addressed, comments I made 11 years ago, and I've made them more recently. And one of the consistent responses from our former chancellor was, Well, you know, if we have faculty doing the training, et cetera, you know, there's no way we could, you know, it'll pencil out. I just want to be really clear that these are not faculty positions, because faculty positions are for instruction for credit coursework and ancillary counseling and librarian things that tie into the academic for credit coursework that certificated employees provide. So if we are going to give consideration in any RFP to what are the positions that could possibly be made district positions, we've got to be accurate about what those positions are. They are not for credit taught by certificated faculty. They would be classified positions. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say that we've had these discussions before along the way, and we've talked about the financing and before, and we came to different conclusions along the way. In saying that, it's a new years ahead, and I think that it needs to be done again, and I think we need to have all the facts and take a look at it and see, because there were alternatives that changed my mind along the way. We employed students, and we gave a lot of opportunity to a lot of people that we never did before. So there's a lot of things to consider, and I don't like to have it just one way or the other. So I think I am open to having these discussions. I personally think that the RFP needs to go forward only on College of San Mateo at this point. And to come back, it's only proper to have a study session or something and bring it out so that everybody can be involved in seeing what the recommendation would be. And then also we need to have maybe a more exact conversation about the Cañada facility, since there is time involved, to what are our feelings, what is the direction, and how do we think that it's going to work. So I think all of this is very good, and I think we can do it all with our eyes wide open. Okay, Trustee Mendelkern and then Trustee Goodman.
I just wanted to respond to one of the comments that Trustee Halber made. I personally don't see a problem if we proceed forward with the, putting together the RFP and going out, that in parallel with that, we also have an analysis and presentation made of, could we run this ourselves and do it as a completely district run operation? I don't believe that just because we start an RFP means that there's a commitment that we have to award someone who bids. We do this all the time with contract proposals. We don't like the bids that come back and we reject them all and we go in a different direction. I don't see any difference in this process. If we have an alternative approach that makes more sense than going with an outside vendor, we could choose to do that. So I see those two existing in parallel as we go forward.
Okay,
and I guess my comment is along those lines as well. But really looking at the timeline, we're expected to, be completed with this in September, with the contract starting December 1st. Following that, we have a month or two to actually put something on pause, provide the analysis and that type of input. And so I would just ask, whether it's Yaneli, Tom, what would that look like if we did want to incorporate waiting for this analysis to be done, and then also incorporating two board members, because we haven't asked you, Tom, as far as what that looks like and building up the scope for the RFP.
So I'll take the second part first.
Okay.
Again, the questions for the RFP have already been crafted. So having board members actually work with us to review those and make sure that they are representing everything that you feel that they should represent, that's easy. I could share the draft of the questions with you tonight, the two board members that want to be involved in that process. So that part I think is easy. The independent analysis I struggle with because, again, I was not directed to do it. And unlike bookstores and food service, they have companies that actually do that work, that will do a full analysis about self-op and going outsourced. What we have at CSM is pretty unique, and there aren't companies out there that do it. But after the meeting on June 10th, Chancellor Clare said, is there anybody that you can think of? So we are currently working with an actuarial firm in Missouri that worked with UC Davis on just helping us with textbook analysis so we can make textbooks more affordable for students. So they're looking at a lot of different stuff for us, and they're actuaries. So I shared with them what the board expressed they wanted in terms of an independent analysis. I don't have anything back from them yet. This was 2 weeks ago. So I shared what I heard on June 10th as what you're looking for, and to see if they could do that. But, you know, again, I don't know if I'm supposed to be involved in that process or not. So if you want me to be, I will be. And if this actuarial firm is willing to do that study, then, and if the board wants that done, I'll just give it to Yaneli and she can run it. But that's the only firm right now that I know of that goes out and that would be willing to even consider doing that analysis. If the board knows others, that would be fine too.
Okay, so with that said, would it be appropriate to give direction that yes, we're okay with this timeline tonight, and also at the same time say we would like to make sure that before this completes, that we actually get some information from the actuarial firm?
If they're willing to do it. I mean,
okay, right, of course, if they're willing, you know,
if they're willing to do it, yeah,
right.
And then they would have to tell us what, you know, because they're obviously going to want a lot of information. And you know, I'm assuming if they're going to be able to do it and they give me a fee schedule or whatever it is that they're going to call it, there'll be a timeline in there. So I'll be able to answer that when I get it back. They did write to us, and I had Mike Clare and I had Chancellor Clare and Vice Chancellor Bailey on that as well, to see if there's any other information that they need to make this decision. So we, you know, whether or not they could help us with this or not. So we've given them everything. I'm just waiting to hear back from them. But, you know, if what they can do is in the timeline of the RFP, then yes, but I'm still waiting.
Okay. And then, you know, I guess then just lastly, 11 years ago, decisions were made. The reality is what we have right now. You know, so let's kind of leave that in respect, leave that in the past. I really think we need to start moving forward and thinking about how we envision both SMAC and the facility at Kenyatta, how we envision it, and ensuring that we do so in an inclusive manner, being respectful to all included parties, our students, our classified staff, our faculty, as well as our board. But we can't do that if we're not authentic about asking individuals to participate in this discussion. And I think that has to be a part of it. As we move forward, I hope the direction is loud and clear that we want every individual stakeholder to be able to have a voice, including our community members that are utilizing our space. But we can't say we're doing this for our community and for our educational community, for San Mateo Community College District, if there's individuals that are afraid to speak up, if there's individuals that believe that they have no voice. We have to make sure from top to bottom that this is our intent, but we also have to back it up at the board level by having these very honest conversations. And, you know, I think it starts here. We have a timeline. I think it's very clear that we're saying that we want to make sure that there's involvement, that we're inclusive as possible in this process. We want to make sure that the employees there, the classified positions, whether it's the custodians or the trainers, that's the intent. That's the expectation of this board, that we want that to be considered. Now, if there's negotiations and those decisions are not accepted and we go in a different direction, bring that back to the board. We need to hear that. We need to make sure, just as loud as we're saying it now, that we're saying whatever the accepted policy is, and we do the same thing publicly. Because talking about what someone said 11 years ago and knowing very well that for the last 11 years, that hasn't been the reality. I mean, we have the same board members that were sitting here before us, except for a couple of us. So at some point, someone was okay with that. And so let's leave that in the past, start moving forward and holding each other accountable.
Well said. Trustee Mandelkern.
Yes, 2 points. One is a question for Yaneli, because I think it's been a comment that's been made a couple of times. It seems to be the sense of the board, although please, colleagues, correct me if I'm misreading this, that we did want to have an opportunity to have this aired in front of the public at a board meeting before we send it out to vendors. So that would require the time for the subcommittee of the board to meet with the district team to review and edit and update the document and then bring the document back to a future information report, discussion item, something in the future, is my understanding of the direction that we've got. First question is, how will that affect the time frame? And then in parallel with that, Vice Chancellor Bauer, thank you for identifying one firm, but I'm sure we may be able to put on our thinking caps and come up with other ideas of other firms that we know of. And I think it's incumbent on all of us who have some skin in the game here to put on our best thinking caps and figure out who might be able to do this kind of analysis for the internal operation of it and move that along in a parallel path. I believe that's also something the board desires to have done, and I think that's something we should move forward with as well. So that's my two comments. One question, one comment.
Naomi, did you have an answer for Trustee Middleton on the question of the timeline?
Yes, so now considering that the RFP process will include board participation in the development of the scope of work and having public comment on it, I am concerned that we will not be able to have or meet the July 21st release date. You know, there is a huge level of effort in putting an RFP out, and especially this one, which is it's a bit complicated. And so I also want to clarify that it's not a best practice for us to release the full RFP document prior to its formal issuance. What I recommend is that we provide an overall high-level project overview, the concept, the goals for public review and comment, but then getting down to the actual specifics of detailing out the scope of work, the questions that potential respondents are going to respond to, then that, you know, the board participants would be privy to that. But I just am not in favor of releasing that information to the public because, again, it would create an unfair landscape for any potential proposer who does not get that information once we issue beforehand, before issuance of the formal RFP via legal advertisement.
Okay. That was a good response. Does anybody want to go forward with this? Trustee Norris, I can't see you, so I don't know if you have, oh, he left.
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Middleton.
Excuse me, I just wanted to respond. There was a question that was asked in the Q&A by a Lane Palms, if I'm reading the name. It said, the question was, does anyone on the Board of Trustees or in leadership of any of our SMCCD colleges use the SMAC facilities? If so, could you please weigh in? The answer is yes. I have been a member of the SMAC facility since day one, I believe, when I signed up, when it first opened. I regularly use it, and I use the pool facilities as well. So yes, I've been a member since 2010. Chancellor Claire, I believe I've seen you there on occasion, so I know that you are a member, presumably, of the facility as well.
Not as much as I'd like to be lately, but yeah.
And there's been past board members, and there's a lot of, I think, a lot of administrators that belong to it. If that's the question, so yeah. So where are we? Can we?
Yeah, I want to. Can I try to summarize what I'm hearing?
Yeah, please.
Part of our issue with this is we just got to be real clear, and that's on me. That's on all of us collectively. So. One of the things I've heard is that we are going to form a subcommittee with trustees Middleton and Goodman to provide direction and framing for the RFP, the formal RFP that will go out, and we'll be able to incorporate. I know they'll do a great job of incorporating a lot of the comments they've heard tonight, and we'll form that RFP up. The secondary thing that I heard was that there's interest in trying to secure an outside entity. And we potentially have one, but it's incumbent upon all of us to find, you know, other potential entities. I guess my question is, does that scope, because eventually you got to scope the work that's done as well. Does that get defined within the scope of this subcommittee as well, or do you want staff to go ahead, you know, take advice from all of you in terms of potential entities to work with and execute that piece of it? So I want clarity on that. If that makes sense. I'll tell you what I feel that's probably working again with the two trustees on that piece as well. That's my thought.
Yeah, I would agree, and it might be, Vice Chancellor Bauer has already scoped this out and found this one place, but I could, with two other people, maybe you could circle around again, but I would think that it wouldn't be, don't let it be a long time involvement, because it just seems like that would just shorten up the purpose. The answer could be, this is it, so we move forward. Is that clarifying? And as far as coming back, I hear that it's going to be quite on a timeline, but I take everything that Nayeli has to say. I think her expertise is, this is what she does, and she's been excellent at it, and I wouldn't want to personally go against anything that she's suggested. So I think we have to take that into consideration, and trying to stay on the timeline and giving it to the public. We have 2 meetings in July. I mean, can we get there by the second one? Is that too late?
I think that's a good goal to shoot for airing it back out to the public. And I would just like to clarify whether Trustee Schwartz, you were going to be part of the 2-person group, or was it Trustee Goodman and myself, or which two of the three of us?
I'm open to you two can take it. That's fine if you have the time. I'm happy to do it. I just threw myself in there, just being the obligation of being a board president, but that's good. Trustee Goodman, how do you feel? Feel free. We're going to fight over it.
No, I said for you to take. That's how I took it as well. I thought it was you and Dave.
Yeah.
But I was willing, if that was the case, I would definitely, because I'm the one who said it. So, but I would definitely think it was appropriate for you and Dave to do it.
So I'm still, I'll take it.
Okay.
And if I fail, I tried. Okay.
Okay. I think we've got direction. Thank you for the conversation.
Can I ask, since we've now heard also from Yaneli, her thoughts on the scope of the RFP that we can share with the public, given the fact that she had concerns about the information getting out and not necessarily being the most appropriate way of doing it. How will we address that issue at this point? Because I think now it's a balancing act. We do want this to be shared, but then there needs to be a certain limitation on what does go out. And I'm not really familiar with, how we move forward with that aspect of it. And we probably need to think about how we want to go forward with that and process the advice we got from Yaneli as well.
I thought Yaneli's recommendation of having sort of a higher level goals and objectives document that we would share publicly rather than the individual specific RFP questions made a lot of sense.
It makes perfect sense, and you have to stay in those parameters.
I guess what I'm just waiting to hear. I think that's the way to go as well, but we really didn't respond to her suggestion one way or the other. So I guess that is the consensus that we're going with. I think that that's the way to go, and I think we should confirm the fact that that's what the board would like to do as well.
We're confirming.
Okay. Yeah,
Councilor Claire.
Yeah, this is an obvious statement, but let's do this using best practices, recognize best practices, and there's enough out there that we can. Some of them we've developed ourselves, believe it or not, over time, and as Trustee Goodman mentioned, other districts look to us. But yeah, I think we have an opportunity here to use our best practices and hopefully develop something that is going to reflect the voice of all involved. That's my goal. All I can tell you is and I'll just say it, there's been a lot of discussion on this. All I know is when I get in SMAC and I work out, it's students, it's members of the community, it's faculty, it's staff, everybody. Nobody's fighting in there. It seems that everybody can live peacefully. And that's the goal, is to develop a resource that's going to meet student needs first, no question about that, but also meet the needs of the community. And I think we can get there. And I like the idea of let's just move forward. That's my commitment.
Agreed. Okay, can we move forward on the agenda? Okay, so we have our instructions and we have a timeline. So now we are going to 20-6, 111B, approval of the contract extension to professional services agreement with Exos Community Services to operate the San Mateo Athletic Club in partnership with the district. So we need a motion and a second for discussion purposes. Please.
So moved.
I think we've got them both.
I was
Thank you.
muted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We have 3, so we're good. Vice Chancellor Tom Bauer, you're going to introduce the report and answer all of the questions.
Well, actually, I'll introduce the
Smile
report.
on your face.
I'll introduce the report, and based on direction that we received on June 10th, when what we brought didn't meet the board's, I don't know what else to say, call it. Yaneli and I worked together with Exos to develop what you have before you, which is actually a 6-month addendum, and Yaneli can talk more about why we had to use an addendum rather than an MOU. But to answer board specific questions, I've invited Bill Bork. He's the Chief Operations Officer for Exos, and he is here to answer questions along with Diana Thomas, because I don't want to presume to answer questions that Exos should be answering for the board. So
you are just here for questions, not for any kind of presentation.
there's no formal presentation. We created this addendum based on the directions that we heard from the board 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the public for public comments. And I know that the board has received, I think, 3 letters of encouragement to open the swimming facility as soon as possible. And I'll have those in for our minutes, but we have hand raisers, and the first one is Mark Simon. If you can be unmuted, please.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you to the board for all it does for our community. My name is Mark Simon. I'm a resident of Redwood City and a graduate of Skyline College, proudly so. In my checkered career, I did work at Caltrain. When I worked there, people there wanted us to open up a bicycle parking garage. The problem is we're not bicycle parking experts, so we hired someone to do it. I should add, we've also been asked many times to add a bar car to the train. I'm also not a bartender, although I do make an excellent Manhattan. That's not my dog, but I sure am glad to hear one. This board made a good decision, a community-oriented decision from a community college perspective. You voted unanimously to build this facility, to open this facility, to contract the management of this facility. The facility and its management have met or exceeded every benchmark that's been set for it. I can't urge you strongly enough to grant the extension and use the intervening 6 months to really tackle the issues it's clear you have. It looks like you're setting yourself on that course with the RFP discussion you had tonight. But I'm hoping you don't penalize us in the process. I've been told the decision to reopen the pool is unrelated to the issues you may have with the EXO contract, but the current management team is in place and has the expertise to act immediately. Without a contractor, you're making a de facto decision, it seems to me, not to open the pool. The facility is well run, and we have confidence that they can reopen the pool safely. There are 300+ master swimmers alone, including me. This is the best facility I've ever swam in, and I've been in many throughout the Bay Area. You add in lap swimmers and exercise classes, and there's over 1,000 San Mateo County residents and students using the pool. If you delay any further, there's a real risk that these people will go somewhere else. And I don't want this to sound like a threat. It's just that, swimming is a critical part of our life, and we can't go that much longer without some place to do these things. And you're going to lose a group of constituents who are not only customers, but many who have continued to pay their dues, including me, out of loyalty and the belief that the pools would soon open again. Remember, you open this facility as part of an ongoing effort to more fully engage the community and as a health and wellness resource for the community. And it has been a success by every definition or measure. I recognize that your first priority is to the students, and as a district alumnus, that's an admirable and appropriate ranking of priorities, but I don't think these are mutually exclusive. Opening the pool, gesundheit. Opening the pool can be done quickly and effectively. Public pools are opening throughout the peninsula, and there are ample examples of protocols that are effective and could easily be implemented here. Your longstanding commitment to the health and wellness of the entire community also stands as a reasonable priority, and you have the opportunity to move that forward now. I guess if I had to summarize the message, it's open the pool, please. We're just desperate to get back to using it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Lisa Goldman.
Thank you, members of the board. Good evening. My name is Lisa Goldman. Some of you may know me as the city manager of Burlingame, but I'm here tonight to speak to you as a master swimmer. I swim with Mark and many other people who are watching this meeting this evening. I've been a member of the San Mateo Athletic Club for about 2 years now, and I am thrilled with the club. I think it's been really a wonderful place to go. It's a community place. We have students and faculty and residents of San Mateo County who enjoy working out there. I'm hoping that you grant Exos the extension. If you don't, we will have nothing. Your contract expires probably on June 30th, the end of the fiscal year. It will take you a long time to find somebody to bring that facility back up. And meanwhile, you have an operator who is ready to go. They've been ready to go for a while. I am in touch with the county health officer in meetings regularly. I've been paying attention to all the health orders, and pools are allowed to open, and they are opening. I did 5 minutes of research and found out that Primetime in Burlingame is opening July 1st. The Bay Club in Redwood Shores is open. The Burlingame Aquatic Club is open. The Peninsula Community Center is open. All of those pools are available, and our pool is not available. And that's really a shame. Most of us have continued to pay our dues throughout this period to support the club and the people who work there. And we just need you to move forward with this contract, get the extension done. You have time to do your RFP to deal with whatever issues you may have that you'd like to work out. I am confident that you have a partner you can work with to try to figure that out. And if you can't figure it out, you have at least one other bidder who might be interested in coming in, as Vice Chancellor Bauer noted on the last item. So I really hope that you will grant this extension. You will let us get back to the pool. You will make a lot of people happy, including some members of this board who said that you work out there. Chancellor Clare said that he works out there. And we're all just waiting for our opportunity. It's a wonderful community of people. We miss each other. We'd like to see each other socially distanced. I know we can do that safely, and I just really urge you to move forward with this extension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will acknowledge that we have received 3 letters of support to open the swimming facility, and they are from Stephen and Andrea Dover is one, Frank Elliott is another one, and Mike Gordon is the third. So we have the letters, and I will make sure that they are attached to our minutes. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak at this time? I don't see the hand raises. Does anybody else see anybody? I think we will go back to board member comments.
It looked like you had a hand raised by Elaine Palms.
I'm sorry, there's more? Who did you say?
Hand up, Lane Palms.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was okay. Lane Palms, go ahead.
I have grown up in this area since 1969. I have been a swimmer since 1972, and I have watched swimming in our communities always fall by the wayside. We have closed pools right and left. It was absolutely amazing that the 50-meter pool was constructed in Burlingame. And then to follow our pool at the College of San Mateo. It's terrible that we cannot open this beautiful pool that was so, I mean, years and years in the making to not be able to use. As a child, we had to go all the way to Arastadero, to Palo Alto to even find 50-meter pool water. And it's so sad to see that we may not be able to use this beautiful facility that you all have made possible for our community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public? Do you see anybody else? Trustees? Okay, so we go back to board member discussion. Trustee Mendelkern.
Thank you. So I just want to address this issue, and I think it was Mark Simon that mentioned that the discussion about reopening the pools, in my mind at least, is really a separate discussion from the contract extension and the RFP and the other issues that we've been discussing tonight. You know, I share the frustration of the swimmers here. In February, I swam 52,000 yards in the pool at CSM. In May, I swam 0 yards in the pool anywhere. And I'm as frustrated as everyone and would love to get back in the water. And I know other pools are reopening, and how to reopen a pool safely right now is well understood. It's not going to be the same experience that we were used to in masters swimming prior to COVID-19. It's going to be much less social, much less congregation, many fewer people in the pool at one time, and much more difficult to get scheduled. So be prepared for all of that. And I will add, there is another tremendous complication that we have at CSM and the lovely pools there that you don't have at the other facilities that have been named and others around the county, which is those pools are not located in the middle of a college campus. We have a college campus which is closed by health order that the college cannot reopen, while the gyms and pools can reopen, the college can't. We have a priority, as has been noted, and which I believe is our first priority, and as I hope you would all agree with, is our mission is to educate our students and provide the educational facilities for them to succeed in their educational goals and desires. And, you know, my concern is that we need to make sure that whatever resources we have available are first being used to meet the needs of our students. If those needs are being met as best we can, and then we have resources left, for example, the whole philosophy we had around the San Mateo Athletic Club is the facilities were built for student use, for instructional use, and at those times when they were not being used for instructional use, then they would be open to members of the community, and that's worked out very well. That's been beneficial for all of us, and that's exactly what I think we need to look at now is, are our campus facilities, can we open them to our students in some way, shape, or form for those needs that they have that can't be met by online education, where they need to come and see a counselor, where they need to come and get tutoring, where they need to be able to use a learning lab. And then if we have met those needs and we have resources left available to welcome members of the public and the community onto our campus, then great, let's reopen the pools, let's reopen the gym and make that available. But I think we need to keep our priorities straight of who we are here to serve first, and that is our students.
Trustee, did we lose the president of the board?
I believe so, Chancellor. I think she's.
We do have a vice president of the board, so the gavel's.
All right, I'll recognize the chancellor.
Okay, well, I don't want to cut in on. I don't want to cut in on board discussion, but I did want to basically respond to Trustee Mendelkern's observation, and you know, I don't disagree. We got this awkward situation where, by order of the state, and I can show you share with anybody that the order is, higher education is not allowed to offer face-to-face classes or services except in essential areas. So at the top of this meeting, we actually are offering classes in essential areas, but right now we're barred from offering courses. So this odd situation we find ourselves in, where we have a pool, we have a fitness club that we could open, but we can't run classes out of it. So in that spirit, you know, one of the things that I would like to recommend is that we until we get a ruling on terms of whether we can actually offer physical education classes, which right now the answer is no, and we're going to, we want to work with San Mateo County Health, but that's the directive from state of California. Perhaps might we make a pass available to all our student athletes throughout the district so they can get conditioning in the gym, they can actually work in the gym. Can't call it a class, can't run it as a class, but at least our students there would have access. We have, I think, Vice Chancellor Bauer, you told me we have over 1,000 students that are our members right now. And might we continue their membership and with a highly discounted fee, so at least those students have some access. So I'm trying to find a middle ground here for all of you, because I want to recognize Trustee Mandelkern's concerns, and we've talked about this, and I don't disagree, but until the state of California says we can open the doors on our campuses for all these other activities, we can't. And so can we open them at least a little further for some of these other students to have access to our facilities?
Chancellor Clare, I think what might be helpful, if you can assure us that opening these facilities, the gym and the pool, will not impact our ability to serve our students to the best extent that we can, and that will be the commitment that we're not, for example, if we have a limit of 500 cars a day to come on campus and we need 500 cars full of students, that's what our first priority will be, and that we don't create a situation where we are limiting access to our students and limiting our ability to serve our students because we need to open the pool or open the gym. That's my concern.
Absolutely, and no question, the only limiting factor we have really is the social distancing requirements. So that's why classrooms are somewhat limited. But we have, through our Emergency Operations Center, we've looked at the operation of these facilities every which way we can. We've looked at access. I'm actually very confident that we could open these facilities to the community, but to our students. And we've even talked about hours where our students would have priority, where students could come in and to assure that they have access. Because I think we've heard loud and clear, really back from 2009, students first. And we can't just say it, we've got to actually execute that. And so I don't want to get into the weeds tonight, but I can assure you that I'm happy to work directly with our district people and Exos, presuming you contract, to ensure that happens.
All right, then, are there any other comments from board members? Yes, Trustee Oliver.
Yeah. So first, just regarding the actual document that we have before us, it provides for a 5% discount to the management fee that is paid to Exos, as long as the shelter-in-place order remains. And I believe that the level of management that has been provided during the past few months would have warranted a dramatically reduced management fee, and going forward should continue to call for a dramatically reduced management fee. So that's one comment. As to where we are, and first I want to say to those who are who have written, to those who have spoken, I really appreciate your input. To those who are participating through Zoom or by phone, really welcome you to participate and speak out. I think there are issues here that are outside of the scope of the renewal for duration of 6 months that unfortunately you're drawn into. I've barely begun to touch on them, and I will be mindful of what I should be saying in a public session. But I am not comfortable with the process that has brought us to a moment where we have 5 days, 6 days to approve something, or obviously there will be many community members who are not happy. This gets to the governance structure. And, I'm also mindful of comments that have been made by other trustees, by President Schwartz, who said, well, I voted for certain things in the past. And that's true. I've tried to have a philosophy that, once I see where the vote is going, and it's a majority vote, there are times that I, out of solidarity with the board, bite my tongue and vote for things that I have grave reservations about. So with that being thrown in my face, I won't do that anymore. And I'm also mindful of, really eloquent comments by Trustee Goodman that, in effect, the buck stops with the board. And, when there are things that are not acceptable, it is, ultimately up to us to do something. So I'm not comfortable with a process that puts the board in the corner that we've been placed in. I believe that it's just a really bad practice. And I think the way that practice ends is by us making it very clear that it's unacceptable. And the way we make it clear that it's unacceptable is by voting no. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Any other comments from trustees? Yes, Trustee Mandelkern.
Thank you, Vice President Nuris. I agree with Trustee Holliver's comments on the process. I mean, this is not news to us that there was a contract that was going to expire on July 1, yet to have, the first draft of this brought back to us at the last board meeting and then have to come back, 2 weeks later with 5 days left in the contract life to review it is not a great way to run things. So I am not happy about that either. I want to address a question that came up at our last review of this 2 weeks ago, which was, as many of the members of the public have stated, and I myself have done, we've continued to pay dues for this facility since the shutdown in March. We were told that by paying those dues, we would continue to support the staff that we've come to know and like at the facility. And we asked the question at the last board meeting of what actually happened to that. Was that money used to support staff? Were they kept on, and were they kept on the payroll? And were the, albeit low wage workers that things like the janitorial service was contracted out to, have they continued to be paid for their services since we've continued to pay our dues? So I would like to know the answers to those questions if I could.
Yeah, I can answer that. All of these, every SMAC employee that was here before COVID-19 was paid. The janitorial contract, we paid them through the end of March and then couldn't continue it. We couldn't pay a vendor for services that weren't being provided. I checked on that as well. So, but every person in SMAC, the dues that were paid they're all employed. And I could let Diana, if you'd like Diana Thomas to weigh in at all any further on that, she's here to be able to do that.
I'd like to, Tom. Thank you very much. Trustee Mandelkern, all of the staff were not only employed, but the staff were actively engaged in supporting the members. Within 6 days of the COVID shutdown, we pivoted and we offered over 40 group exercise classes online. The aquatics department also pivoted, and by the middle of April and towards the early May, we were offering 26 virtual classes. These classes were impressive because they took care of the members from not only a social connectivity standpoint, but they also included personal phone calls from the coaches. They included concerts that the swim lesson kids would put together on Zoom. They included activities to keep them engaged on how to be safe and how to stay fit out of the water. We've had in excess of 25 people attending the virtual classes we have. That exceeds our average in-site attendance by almost 12 on average. We've conducted personal training sessions, on average 67 personal training sessions, resolution classes, Pilates classes on a weekly basis. Last week alone, we sent out 2,905 emails, texts, Zooms, and member touch points. Our courtesy desk has been actively engaged with calling members. Our business office has continued to make billing adjustments, respond to emails, respond to account changes. To address Trustee Holober's question regarding the management fee, we did discount our management fee by 75% voluntarily. That started April 1st and extended through May and also through June. We did that in the spirit of partnership as your managing partner to help support the staff of San Mateo Athletic Club, to keep them employed, to keep them active, and to allow us to reach out to the community that we created with our students, our faculty, staff, and our members. As a result of that, we have experienced a diminished amount of dues revenue, understandably so. The letter that was referenced at the previous board meeting that indicated there was only 2 options for members to opt into was incorrect. There were 4. Members had the opportunity to support at 100%. They had the opportunity to support at 50%. They had the opportunity to freeze their membership at no charge to them. They were also given the opportunity to cancel. We have managed those inquiries on a daily basis since that time, and every time after when we send out an email communication, because we understand that people are frustrated. We understand that people are waiting. We understand and appreciate that we have been supported. We also understand and appreciate that we have gone above and beyond to continue the reach of San Mateo Athletic Club into the community that was created.
I'm going to turn the gavel back to, are you there? Did we lose the president again? All right. Karen, are you there? You're muted.
Unmute. Thank you. I've been listening to you the whole time. Sorry, I had connection problems. Actually, battery problems. You turned it over to me, so you're still.
Yes.
Maurice Goodman, yeah, I think you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I was kind of coughing and choking also at the same time.
Are you okay?
But yeah. No, I share in the frustration. I think I was very clear in sharing in Trustee Holober's frustration about the process. But what I do also believe is that we have an obligation. We have an obligation to our students that became employees of SMAC. We have an obligation to our community and also to the many programs that SMAC supports throughout the year. And so I can't vote no, but what I will add to Chancellor Clare's comment about reaching out and ensuring that student athletes have access to the facility. I would also add that, during this time, our students, all of our students, including the students that are actually paying fees or have been paying members of SMAC, have been dealing with the pandemic. They've been dealing with civil unrest. They've probably been dealing with a lot of stresses, whether they're, avid swimmers or sharing in the loss of access. Something that we do know is that physical fitness serves as a means of balancing out one's mental well-being. And so I think, with that said, I'd be open to, obviously, when we, at the appropriate time, as we discuss pricing and everything, it's not about this item on the agenda, but we consider as a board allowing any student that was a paying member of SMAC when we close down, that we provide them free access to the facility, just as we will be, according to Chancellor Clare, for our student athletes for the duration of this time that we're in shutdown. And so that's my comments on it. I will be voting for this, and I do so with the understanding that, yes, I'm very frustrated in the process, but that's not enough for me to hold things up in the benefits of what SMAC has been, not just for our students that became employees, our community members that voted for it, and at our taxpayers, but also, providing an opportunity for our current students that are members to be able to have a means of just a mental break from a lot of the stressors that they're dealing with in society today.
Thank you. Again, I apologize for leaving. I was a little distracted, so I didn't hear everything that was said. But I'm going to take issue with the fact that last time, Trustee Norris and I put this on the agenda thinking that there was ample time. It was ahead of the time that the contract was going to be over. And you didn't seem to appreciate that, but we had a lengthy discussion 2 weeks ago. And here we are back again with another lengthy discussion. But I'm not going to apologize for it. I think we did the best we could under circumstances that are surrounding us to get this on the agenda as quickly as possible. But moving forward, I liked the few, I didn't hear everything that was mentioned, but I know that the suggestion of giving free to the athletes, and now even I agree with Trustee Goodman, our students, everybody is just so frustrated and upset, and being able to go and work out would really alleviate a lot of stress and help on the mental health issues. So if we could possibly give a little more, I think that's an excellent suggestion. So are there other board comments or questions before I call for the vote? Trustee Mandelkern?
Yeah, I just want to say I share in the frustration as Trustee Goodman pointed out, but I think we also have discussed previously, we have a plan going forward that the board is going to be more engaged in this process, and hopefully we will do things a little bit differently going forward where we will have less frustration on the part of the board. So I'm not happy with the process, but I also don't see the point of letting my unhappiness and frustration translate into the making a lot of members of the community and our students and our student athletes unhappy as well. I don't think that would be particularly productive. So I will reluctantly support this, but I agree with the concept that our students, not just student athletes, but all of our students should be given access to this facility for the remainder of this pandemic period that we're in, and that we have the concept of the student hours provided like they would during normal class times, where there would be classes and instructional time when the facility would be used for classes, that we create that sort of student member set aside time so that they can get access to the pools and the equipment as well. And then hopefully it will be less congested when the community members want to come in and use facilities. It will help keep the crowds down so that the community members will have easier access during those times, which are typically not the times when our students use the facilities anyway. So hopefully we can make this all work in a way that coexists, and I will trust in Chancellor Clare that I think you have a pretty good understanding of the intent here, and will do your best to try and make this happen and work to everyone's benefit.
And I didn't hear any responses from Exos, Diana, if this is how she feels about these suggestions of giving more opportunity to the students.
With all due, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, with all due respect, we're your managing partner. Whatever the priority is from our partner is what we follow. You know, we make this happen for you. We follow direction, and we can easily implement this. Just like we've implemented the student memberships, how we created the no excuses policy for students. So when there was a semester break and they didn't have classes, we had a bridge for them so that they could still come to the facility and they could still continue their workouts. That also extended to the adaptive program. We can easily make this work for you and for us. That's what we're here to do.
Excellent, excellent answer. Thank you. Trustee Goodman?
Yeah, I just also like that, as I was jumping, I lost train of thought, and I did want to make sure that I didn't forget our faculty and staff as well. So, you know, it's not, I know we're going to be taking a hit, but I think it goes a long way in showing the support of our students, faculty, and staff when we say, we're here for you. You know, when we say we can't open up the campus, but we're opening up the gym, there has to be some balancing there. And if that means, you know, taking a hit on our bottom line and providing membership forgiveness for some of those faculty and staff that are members, I think we should consider it. And so I just want to make sure that that's also included for faculty and staff, not just students.
And this is Van again. May I comment?
Yes, please.
I think that's very impactful, Trustee Goodman, and it is something that we're experiencing from our student population. I'm getting messages on Facebook, from some of our students about wanting to know if we're still going to serve cake because we missed the anniversary and wondering where they can come back, and they just want to feel normal. And, are you going to do the Where in the World contest? And, how am I going to get involved with helping out at the pool? And it's like we're answering all those questions. But to your point, everybody wants a sense of normalcy, a sense of returning to something that they found beneficial for their emotional health and their physical health. And the one thing that SMAC provides is it provides a sense of community. There's a massive social aspect to what has been created there that people miss. We can all work out on our own, but when you're in that community environment and you see all of those populations that beautifully commingle together, that is something that we can provide. We're able to provide it. We've interpreted the health orders. We have a good plan. We've presented a solid plan, and we can execute against that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Norris. And thank you for taking over, Vice President. You did an excellent job.
Thank you. I was going to do my best to Alexander Haig for a little while. I've already expressed my support for this reopening and the contract. I also support the suggestions by Trustee Goodman and Mandelkern about extending the courtesies to our student, faculty, and staff. I just want to also agree, though, with all of my colleagues that, you know what, the way that this did come about and leaving us very little time is not consistent with what the board wants. I also heard very clearly the chancellor and the administration express their apologies for having this thing sneak up on us just the way that it did. I don't believe that it was intentional. We've been going through some very, very challenging times, and it just happened. And I think that the message has been heard loud and clear. We're going to mark everything on our calendar way in advance in the future. There will be different ways of doing these things, but we are here where we are, and I don't think that there was any ill intent anywhere, and that the message has been heard. So I feel good moving forward with this and knowing that hopefully we won't be in this bind again.
Let's do hope that. That would be very good. Okay, any other comments from board members? We ready to vote on this issue? Where am I? We're calling for the vote on the approval of the extension of the contract for professional services for Exos to operate the San Mateo Athletic Partnership with the district. I don't see a time on here. Approval of extension for how long? Hello?
I believe it's through December 31st, is that right?
December 31st, yep.
Okay, it's not on my notes, thank you. Through December 31st, 2020. Okay, we have a first and second, and I'm calling for the vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Norris, aye.
Oh, hi. Sorry.
And opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed, Trustee Holliver. Okay. I don't know if our student trustee wanted to weigh in on this. Jade?
I do support it.
You support it? You're giving it a vote? Very good. Okay, that's it. We are now moving to 20-6-2A, the approval of personnel items. Changes in assignment, compensation, placement, leave, staff, allocations, and classification of academic and classified personnel. Motion and a second, please. Tom Norris has made a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. I need a second. Second, I'll second it. Are there any questions from the public? Anybody sees anybody a hand rising, please feel free to let me know. I don't think there are any. Any board questions or clarifications?
Just Trustee Goodman here. I will be abstaining.
You are abstaining?
Yes.
Okay. You want to make a comment or you just want to say you're abstaining?
Abstaining. My wife is on here, and I would like to just, abstain.
And I think that's most appropriate. Thank you. Okay. And you don't get in trouble.
How does she feel about that? Are you against it?
No, she's not. He's not voting no, so he's not in the doghouse.
Right.
Okay. So we have, well, that's just a comment on your part. Okay, are we ready to call for the vote? All approval say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And one abstention. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda consists of the following. Oh my God, give me the courtesy that I don't have to read them all. 20-63CA, approval of curriculum additions. 20-64CA, annual review and approval of instructional material fees. 20-65CA, suspension of emergency board resolution authorizing the chancellor to immediately take necessary action to protect students and employees from the spread of COVID-19. 20-66CA, acceptance of grant funds from the San Bruno Community Foundation for the San Bruno Small Business Recovery Assistance Program to be administered by the Bay Area Entrepreneur Center. 20-67CA, acceptance of grant funds from the National Science Foundation for the Biotechnology Supply Chain Operation Project for Education. 20-68CA, request for approval of internal borrowing. 20-69CA, adoption of resolution number 20-10, establishing 2021 budget limits. And 20-610CA, certification of district equal employment opportunity fund allocation applications. Any board member would like to remove any of the above from the consent agenda? Hearing none, you're going to all vote on me. Okay, I need a motion and a second, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. And any questions or clarifications? Well, it's a consent agenda. So we're going to vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Other recommendations, 20-6105B, approval of the contract award for the College of San Mateo Building 3 Theater Repair and Replacement Project. I need a motion and a second for discussion.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Vice Chancellor Facility Planning, Jose Nunes is here. If there's any questions, are there any public comments? Anybody see any hands raised? I'm not seeing anything, so I'm going to go for board discussion.
Sorry.
God bless you, whoever that was.
Thank you. Mute in time.
You didn't mute in time. No public comments. Are there any discussions from the board? Comments? I personally am delighted that this is going to be approved, I hope. I've been in that theater. So we're ready to call for the vote. All in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Everybody aye. Motion passes. Thank you. 20-6106B, approval of the contract award for the Skyline College Building 3 portable replacement project. We need a motion and a second for discussion.
So move.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, Jose Nunes is here if you have any questions. Are there any public comments? Any questions or concerns from the board? I don't have Trustee Holliber on my screen, so holler if I don't see you. Any questions or comments? So we're ready to call for the vote. All in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes by unanimous vote. 20-6107B, approval of the construction consultants.
So move.
Thank you. And a
Second.
Thank you. Jose Nunes is still here with us. Are there any public comments?
Barely.
Barely. No, that's my phrase, not yours. Let's make sure there's nobody from the public on this. I don't see anybody. So we have any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, just again, I'm sure the work. Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm sure that the work that we've discussed in the past around ensuring that we are having a broad range of consultants and a diverse pool of consultants, that the work is being done. I trust in Jose and Vice Chancellor Nunez and his comments that we are working on that. But I do want to make sure that I continue to speak out, that as we continue to have conversations on looking at race and deconstructing the racial oppression and some of the institutional issues around race and racism, that we continue to explore how that affects us here within the community college district, how that affects us economically. Trustee Holliber mentions all the time about it's not just about racial justice, but economic justice. And as we talk about that, we have to make sure we're creating opportunities to ensure that we are exploring every opportunity possible to broaden our pool of consultants. And it's no better time to talk about it than now. And as we continue to move forward, that we do not let up the momentum of the work that we are trying to do, and ensure that we continue to increase the diversity of not just our consultant base, but every aspect of our institution that we address systems that need to be deconstructed.
Yeah, and Trustee Goodman, it's Jose Nunez. Absolutely, as I articulated to you back in January when we brought our general construction consultants to you, that is an annual process, and my commitment to this group, to the Board of Trustees rather, was that our outreach would go to the myriad of minority, veterans, women-owned businesses. With our construction consultants, that falls into a different category. We have an open system that it's basically open all year round. Any professional architect, engineer, or a professional service can submit their pre-qualification to the district. We, of course, review that. And, based on their financial safety protocols and things of that nature, we go through this process. And so I heard you absolutely 100% and clear. Our intent is to, of course, always reach out there and broaden the pool and get into our construction consultants and general consultants and others, as many minority-owned, veterans, and women-owned businesses as possible.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Any other comments or questions on the construction consultant? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
20-6108B, approval of tuition increase for the fee for service childcare effective August 1st, 2020. We need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Thank you. We have Vice President of Instruction, Dr. Mike Holtzclaw, and Skyline College Vice President of Instruction, Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza are here. Are there any questions? Are there questions from the public? Questions from the board or clarifications of any kind? Hearing silence, I will call for the vote. All in favor, aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 20-6109B, adoption of the 2021 tentative budget. Need a motion and a second, please, to get it on the floor.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a
Second.
Thank you. Chancellor Clare and Chief Financial Officer Bernarda Slater is going to introduce the report and answer all questions.
Thank you. May I ask for access for screen sharing so I can start my slides as well? Thank you so much. Give me a second as we start. All right. Good evening, President Schwartz, board members, chancellor, community members. A couple of weeks ago, we provided you with an overview of assumptions on which our tentative budget is built. And since then, very few things were adjusted. We finalized our projections for other funds, and we will go over those very briefly with you tonight, as well as those things that will change between now and adopted budget. Here are just some budget highlights, things that I feel are important to keep in mind as we work with this year's budget, as well as the budget for the next couple years.
Can I stop you?
Go ahead.
For a second? It may just be me, but can everybody see the PowerPoint? It may just be on my side.
No, it's just a
Yeah, your PowerPoint's frozen, Bernarda.
Oh, really? Okay. Let me stop.
Could I ask, is this the PowerPoint that we received, the board received?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you see this okay? Can you see it okay now?
Negative.
Nothing. Hold on a second.
You're going in circles.
Let me try again.
There you go.
There you
Good to go.
All right. Technology sometimes doesn't cooperate. All right, so as I mentioned, there are a few things that I think they are important to point out as we're working with this year's budget, as well as the budget for the next couple years. Property taxes projected are projected to increase about 6.86 as a tentative budget over this this fiscal year, and this will help stabilize us for the next year. However, we are projecting reduction to these increases in the next couple years, as we discussed during the last study sessions. These decreases might be minimal or even more dramatic. Where it'll depend what will happen to our AV, and we will be tracking it within the next few months. As you see, state deferrals or future reductions will present challenges in the coming years. The reserves are as planned at 15%, but there of course will be many calls on these reserves in the coming years due to those deferrals and potential state revenue reductions. And Chancellor Claire?
Well, just for, I mean, you can read, we're gonna, I talked to Bernarda, we're gonna try to get through a lot of this quickly because Bernarda covered a lot of the details at the study session, and we don't wanna rehash that. So I think, you know, I think everybody has an overview. I don't need to read the slide back, but we collectively want to try to give you a kind of a full summary of where we're at. And then if the board, if we have time at the end, I'd actually like to talk to you a little bit about the 50% law and where I think we ought to head in terms of working towards improving that. So Bernarda, you can just get the next slide, I think. So I'm gonna cover this part. Budget principles. When you develop a budget, you know, first of all, budget follows policy. And so we have to make sure that our budget addresses board goals and our district strategic plan. And particularly at the district strategic plan piece of this, remember that we do work in a participatory governance environment. And so there's a lot of input from the colleges, from faculty, classified staff, administrators, and students on our strategic plan. And I know we have 2 board members that are serving on the subcommittee for the update. We cannot run a deficit. We can't run a structural deficit. Certainly, you know, we have reserves and we're very lucky, but we are always trying to keep our budget balanced over the long haul. We do have adequate reserves, and I can tell you as a former college president, I used this time as a president to build up my reserves at the college for a rainy day, and it's starting to rain. And so I'm glad that the colleges have reserves. I'm glad that the district has reserves. We all know that we want to try to use one-time funds for one-time expenses. That's obvious. The thing that I've added here, because I heard the comments about the budget sort of being already done by the time it gets to the board. Well, so many of the decisions that we make really involve personnel. And once that decision is made, we're essentially carrying those personnel for the long haul. So really, we want to support the college budgeting priorities and give those colleges the opportunity to make their decisions in accordance with participatory governance measures and accreditation standards. And I'll remind the board that we had our very successful accreditation visits last year, in 2019, and there were no recommendations regarding our participatory governance processes. Sometimes decisions are made and not everybody agrees with them, but an outside entity, in this case, the Accrediting Commission and the visiting team, said we had solid participatory governance processes. So I'm going to move to the next slide. Bernarda?
I did.
You got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So very quickly, and again, this is what we've tried to approach, and obviously things have changed since we first started developing this budget. It's critical that we provide access and provide appropriate student support. And we have unique challenges, just like every other higher education institution, that we need to factor in as we continue to respond to this pandemic. We're committed to maintaining staffing levels of permanent employees. I think that people are reading the doom and gloom in the news, and they hear all kinds of things. I think this district, over the long haul, has just done an outstanding job of weathering economic storms and keeping our people whole. And as we've developed this budget, that is, at least from an administrative standpoint, that's our commitment. I believe we can do it. We are going to have some one-time funds in this budget, and we've already covered that. We want to make sure that we're responsive to your strategic, again, board and strategic plan priorities. And then here's the two that I think, not at this exact moment, but we want to give the board the opportunity to weigh in and at least get some preliminary feedback. We've heard you loud and clear on the concerns about faculty and concerns about staffing. And I've had this conversation with you before. Even though we're in this period of uncertainty, I think we can start to make inroads on improving the 75-25 full-time to part-time ratio. We're not going to be able to do that in 1 year, but I think we have an opportunity starting with this next budget year to really lay out a plan and a roadmap to get us there. Simultaneously, again, I've heard you loud and clear. I'm not here to fight about whether the 50% law is fair or right, but I do want to work with all of you and our colleagues to see what we can do in terms of finding a long-term approach to achieving compliance with 50% law. So the budget goals reflect that, and again, at a later point, as we have a discussion, certainly would want to hear from you as a board regarding all of these goals, but in particular the 75-25 and related to that, our commitment to doing what we can to get to 50%. Okay, Bernard, I'll turn it back to you. I think it's your turn.
Thank you, Mike. Can you hear this? Can you see the slides? Just want to make sure that technology cooperates with us. All right.
Good.
So as you may recall, a couple of weeks ago, we signaled that given change in state fiscal outlook due to the COVID-19 pandemic, rather than proposing the increases in new programs funding, Governor proposed some significant changes to various programs. And then conversely, legislature proposed and then approved their version of budget. And as late as Monday, it was announced that governor and legislature have reached an agreement on the next year's state budget. And it appears now that governor accepted some legislature proposal as listed here. And all of this is pretty much new information for us, and we don't know a lot of details, and those will be coming in the coming days, and we will reflect any necessary adjustments in our adopted budget. I highlighted here those things that impact community colleges that have been shared with us, and those that have impact on our district given our community supported status. And I'll go through them pretty fast because some of them we've already discussed during our study session. As you see, the CalPERS and CalSTRS relief that would reduce the employer rate. In both cases, it's about 2% reduction from increase in rate. Support for California College Promise program. And if you recall, there was this proposal to reduce to implement cuts to student center funding formula. We're still tracking the language authorizing these cuts. As if you recall, there is a trailer bill language that would authorize cuts to basic aid districts. So we're still tracking to see if that language has been removed from the trailer bill, but we're expecting that there would be no cuts to the basic aid district, and namely our district as well. The agreement with the governor also includes some dollars for the block grant, and that would fund activities that support student learning and mitigate learning loss. As you can see, that would support professional development, PPE and cleaning supply and things like this. And of course, instead of imposing all those cuts, now the deferrals would be implemented, and some of them would be trigger deferral, which means that if the federal funding materializes, that would be withdrawn. With regards to categorical, the budget compromise basically took away all those proposed cuts to strong workforce as well as student equity and achievement programs. And then there are some additional dollars for immigrant legal services, and of course there's funding for Prop 51 projects. There are some other provisions as well, such as reducing Calbright and providing, as you can see, additional dollars for the financial aid for undocumented students, and some additional legal language for the boards to follow. So the next step in June, the legislature will approve compromise budget bill, and then the governor will act upon new budget bill by the end of the month. So here is the assumptions that we shared with the board during the last study session. We haven't changed any of those. And we're still monitoring the enrollment at this point. As I reported last time, our summer was up about 30%. We don't know at this point where fall will be like, and we will adjust our projections accordingly. As I mentioned, normally when the economy is in a downturn, we see an increase in enrollment, but this may not be the case with COVID-19, as we do not have the history with this type of event. I also mentioned that the last time we developed 3 scenarios for the next 3 years, given uncertainty of property tax increases or decreases, as well as the non-resident enrollment and interest earnings. So we are currently using the first scenario, this one, with the 6.86 projections for AV increases. Those increases will most likely be increasing for the adopted budget. We're tracking it very carefully, and we've already seen some increases. They will, by the time they'll be locked down for the 2021, we'll adjust them for adopted budget. As you can see, we're projecting some declines for the non-resident enrollment and for the interest income. Now that those deferrals are materializing, then definitely we are projecting that interest income to be a little bit lower for next year. Now, recently we learned that the county does not intend on moving away from teeter plan, as we were reporting last time. We were a little bit nervous about that, at least not for the next year. The funding might be allocated with some holdbacks, which may contribute to a bit of more of a cash crunch. But by the end of June, we should be receiving all revenue that we are entitled to. Here's a snapshot of the revenue for our general unrestricted fund. As you see, a total of $207.5 million in revenue, and you'll see that there's a corresponding balance budget for expenses. And about 85% of this revenue is in our property taxes. That's the property taxes and RDA funds. The student fee here are net of our Promise Scholars waiver, and non-resident tuition is reflecting here both the resident out-of-state tuition as well as foreign student tuition. Other is just the funds for apprenticeship, part-time faculty, health insurance, facility and site rentals, and STIRS is just a pass-through entry that you will see a corresponding entry on the expense side. Here's a summary of our expense budget. As you can see, majority of our budget is allocated to the sites. We then pay our district-wide expenses, such as as I mentioned, the STIRS payment on behalf. And in that number here, we're also including some other benefit payments. District-wide expenses include utilities, technology, insurance, and the 12.3 salary commitment number reflects the 80% increase in AV that is set aside for decisions that will be made through negotiation, and over 3 million in office hours and health insurance for faculty. Other includes credit card fees, banking charges, apprenticeship costs, legal costs, elections, staff development, bad debt, and things like this. Transfer to parking fund support, also the set aside for the COVID-19 mitigation. I'm sorry, let me go back to this. Whoops. Oops. Sorry, it's not. I apologize for a little bit. All right, so as you see, the budget is balanced with the revenue and expenses matching, and $207 million in revenues and expenses. All right, so here's a summary of operating budget for all other funds. These are also part of our tentative budget. The internal service fund is used for the self-insurance, the debt service. We track our payments for our bond. The restricted general, those are our categorical programs, the SEA, EOPS, CalWORK, and all the federals and state funds. The capital projects, we account here for projects from bonds and local funds. The auxiliary funds, those are the SMAC, bookstore, cafeteria, and community ed. And then we have the child development, which is funded mostly from local and state funds. And the state aid or trust fund, those include state funds and scholarship, but primarily those are financial aid funds, federal financial aid. And then reserve for post-retirement benefit is a wait station for benefits that we charge ourselves on the way to go into the trust fund. And I will give just a brief update in a moment on this fund. Here is here's the retirement trust fund, and as you can see, as of the end of the last fiscal year, the portfolio was at $123 million. And portfolio actually continued to gain value through the rest of the calendar year and topped at around $129 million in January. And then COVID-19 happened. And as of the end of May, our portfolio value is around $125 million. And but there were some rocky weeks in March and April. However, at this point, portfolio is recovering from the decline in March. Our net OPEB liability as of the last actuarial study is $109 million, as you can see here. And we will be doing another roll forward valuation this June as required under GASB. As you can see, we're fully funded. This is again point in time, but our retirement board of authority met in April. At that time, we invited our actuary as well as the auditors. We had a Crowe partner on the call at that time. And we discussed moving forward now that we are fully funded. And recommendation was made that we will be drawing from the OPEB fund to fund the pay-as-you-go cost, which is close to about $8 million per year. This is already part of our budget, and freeing up these dollars allowed us offset some increases in expenses, a reduction in revenue, and allowed us to set aside this year some of those funds for COVID-19 expense mitigation. So this is really good news as we are facing those challenging times. I just kind of wanted to mention that this planning for this fiscal environment for all these funds has been rather challenging given the COVID-19. For some funds, such as categorical, there's been a lot of uncertainty as to what state budget would look like. And even from August revision and for other funds, we simply do not know what the impact of COVID-19 might be. Also keep in mind that state is passing just this year budget. We do not know what next year might look like and what the recovery from the recession might look like. We know that state revenue, if they continue to be reduced for several more years, then the state budget might pass through the deficit to the community college system. So we don't know what the impact might be on the categorical programs as well, and therefore maintaining the reserves on hanging on to them to ensure that we have adequate reserves to get us through those difficult times is very important. And we are very fortunate. We have reserves set aside that can help us weather the storm for a while. We will most likely dip into various reserves we set aside, or we may reprioritize some things to get by. And as I mentioned with the last time, with cash deferrals now becoming more realistic, we most likely will be employing a variety of solutions to get by. We may increase our request for interfund borrowing as we assess cash flow, or we may even go back to issuing TRAN. Here is just the highlight of those initiatives we highlighted last time to the board that are part of our tentative budget. And in summary, this tentative budget is balanced. It's guided by the district strategic plan and provides resources for our community employees and students. And we are asking the board tonight to adopt the tentative budget. And at the end of the month, the state budget becomes law, and we will be back with our final budget to the board in September. And most likely, given the state situation, state fiscal situation, we will be back with some revisions to the board with the mid-year report to reflect any type of state or local adjustments. I know that the board wanted to ask for some information with regards to 50% law, and I'm going to hand it over to Chancellor Clare now to continue this discussion.
Thank you, Bernard. I know we covered collectively about $400 million and pretty quickly. So I think before we get there, I wanted to make sure we had some time to answer any board questions or concerns or comments. I know a couple of you have emailed us with some questions, so I do want to eventually talk about 50%, but I think this is probably a good time to pause to hear from all of you.
Should I stop sharing for a moment, or?
That would be helpful so we can see who's raising their hands and so forth.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess I'll raise my.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, first of all, for the presentation. And I really appreciate your getting back to me when I sent you some questions this afternoon. So I think the and answers are all really connected in part to the 50% law. So I guess maybe it makes sense to wait, but you know, just to point out a couple of things, as I understand it, for the most part, this budget is really kind of a rollover, you know, of our experience this past year, with modest adjustments. But you're not using the budget as a how do I describe it? I mean, to me, a budget has multiple purposes. One, it is a reflection of you know, the board's direction around things that we believe need to be done, right? So I guess my comments would also tie into the compliance with the 50% law, but I think a couple of points that I would make now, just for the record, we're not altering our international student recruitment costs at a time when there is no international student recruitment, and the anticipation is that it's going to be a grim situation going forward around just the future of international students. So that's I believe a $1.6 million general fund cost. If I don't have the email open in front of me, but I believe others. I'm not talking about the cost of providing instruction and services and support when those students are locally on campus. You know, those are other costs. I'm talking about just the recruitment, the marketing is a $1.6 million cost built into the budget at a time when I believe that cost is pretty close to zero. The other item, you know, I asked you about had to do with international travel. And again, I don't have this open, the email, but I believe it was a $1.9 million travel overall. All travel was a $1.9 million cost last year, and a little over a $1 million cost in the current fiscal year. Are those numbers accurate?
So let me maybe explain. The 1.6 million is a total budget for the recruitment program, including staff and other costs per your request. So that includes both the staff and the other operating costs. The staff costs are about 900,000, and the remainder then is the operating cost for the program. So that would include the travel and the payment to agents and things like this. Now, with regards to the travel for the international, the email in the email I included just the costs budgeted for the international travel. It's roughly $317,000 district-wide. Now the total for conference and travel as budgeted for next year is for district-wide is $1 million, but that's not for international program. It's just how district budgets for the conference and travel. This is a line item, and it may not materialize given COVID-19, of course.
That's if Trustee Oliver, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut. You're absolutely right. I mean, I think that one of the things we're doing, and I didn't really highlight it, that should in terms of budget goals, is that we're in a different environment, and what our task now is to look at our positions. I wouldn't call it managed hiring per se, but are there better uses of positions where we know they're not going to be fully subscribed to, whether it's international ed or, it's whatever position. Let's make sure that we're working with our collective bargaining units and helping make people productive while we kind of power through this uncertainty. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but I suspect the budget will change as we start to rearrange folks in terms of what their duties might be the next year. Because we're not sending people overseas, pure and simple. I don't see that happening.
Right. So I guess what we're doing is adopting a budget based on sending people to conferences and overseas, and based on recruiting overseas when we know that that won't happen. And I'm just simply trying to point out that there's money there that could be allocated. That's my only comment.
Yeah. And the money, a lot of it's tied up in personnel, so it's just a matter of shifting the personnel perhaps to some different duties. Or,
Right. Okay. Thank you.
But I think that becomes important when we talk about the 50% law, because that shift could be impacting which side of the 50% law calculation it winds up on.
So the colleges will budget for a variety of expenses. There is conference and there is travel, and there is travel schedule. Part of this travel is budgeted also for faculty, for staff, for a variety of professional development. Again, COVID-19 might change that for this year. It's a line item at this point, if you will, as a placeholder. But again, those expenses may not materialize depending on the travel conditions and and the COVID-19, how that works out.
so that's good feedback to have, because now we can go back, sharpen our pencil, and make some adjustments to reflect the reality.
Kern, go ahead.
Yeah.
I assume you were calling on me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Renato, for a very thorough report and detailed update on the budget, and it's very good. I have two questions. Let me just ask both of them at this point, and then you can answer them separately. The first question is on the Futurist Fund, the retirement investment fund that we've now covered 100% of our liabilities. It looks like in fact we are actually about 14 or 15 million dollars over funded at this point. So that leads me to ask the question: at what point are we going to stop making the sort of general fund operating cost reduction, or is that money that essentially is in a sense a rainy day reserve that we could put back into the general fund now if we see a shortfall from other revenues coming in? So that's question number one, is when we can kind of start reducing some of that surplus in the Futurist Trust. And the second question is, have you done any calculation on kind of just a rough order of magnitude of where you think we might be in terms of the shortfall if the state delays payments to us and some of the other revenue shortfall items that you outline in the report, about what magnitude of borrowing either from internal resources that we would repay internally, or going with a trans or some kind of external note, about how much do you think we would be looking at to have to borrow to cover our cash flow needs?
Those are excellent questions. Let me ask you the first question. Let me answer the first question. With regards to OPEB, here's what's happening. Now that we're fully funded, we still have to contribute what's called service costs. So what we funded is for all the employees and what we funded is for all the retirees for whom we had the OPEB liability. But for all the employees who are still entitled to the benefits past their retirement, we still have to charge a certain benefit costs. So that cost, we still have to charge ourselves a certain rate, and we still technically should be transferring something to the OPEB trust. We confirmed that with the actuary, and what we decided that what we're basically in accounting term, we're just going to transfer net. We're going to bring a little bit, and rather than transferring something to the OPEB fund, we're just going to pay as you go from our funding that we're going to charge ourselves, and then bring enough to cover the difference, if that makes sense. But what that does, it reduces the amount that we have to be paying now from general fund to cover those costs. Because if you remember, we were paying at that point about $4 million from the general fund. So that freed up of almost close to $4 million from general fund. And what happened is those would be the ongoing dollars available for other expenses. And then COVID-19 happened, and our revenue went down and certain expenses have gone up. So those $4 million kind of helped us offset those differences in revenue decline and expenses going up. And also it allowed us to capture about $1.8 million and set it aside to mitigate the COVID-19 costs. So we set it aside and say, okay, when we have to go back to physical location, we now have some set aside because we know that it's going to be rather challenging to come back and implement some additional cleanup, disinfecting, and you name it. So that helped us for this year. Now in the future, when COVID-19 is no longer a threat, we might be able to repurpose those funding for other causes. But at this point, here's what we're doing. We have to use it to offset those reduction in expenses and increase reduction in revenue and expenses. So I'm hoping that answers your question.
Well, partially. So let me just interrupt. So that explains the sort of the pay-as-you-go component and where that's coming from. But my question was really about the surplus amount in the fund. You know, we've overfunded it at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my question is really, is at what point do we get to sort of withdraw the overfunding
Gotcha.
amount?
I understand now. Thank you. Sorry for I misunderstood question. So the actuarial study is actually a point in time. So if you think next year end, sometime in July, we're going to do another actuarial study, and let's hope that that study is going to still say it's $109 million. So at that point, that's what we can say, well, here's what our true OPEB liability is. But if you recall, in March, when COVID-19 hit, our portfolio went down to pretty much 109, because that's how volatile the market was. So having a little bit of a cushion in the OPEB fund is very helpful. Otherwise, we would have lost quite a bit in the value of that. But we will start to draw some funds, as I mentioned. So now drawing about 4 million or so, the value of that portfolio is going to start kind of dropping down a little bit. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that's closer. So I think it's just as the observation is, yes, we don't want to cut it too close. You know, you wouldn't want to have 109 million in there if you have 109 million in liabilities, because as you point out, if there's any market volatility, it could drop below the amount that we need. But it sounds like there's also amounts still going in every year. We're still funding money going in. So if we just left that go unchecked, we would continue to build up a big surplus if the markets continue to perform reasonably well. And at some point, we probably want to start drawing that down. We don't need to have a huge surplus. We just need a comfortable cushion. So it sounds like at some point we can draw money out of that
We're
fund.
already starting to draw it for next year. Yeah. Okay. And now the second question, I'm sorry. It was
anticipated amount of cash flow shortfall given the state delays in payments and the shortfalls in payment amounts.
Yeah, so just because the budget information from the state is very new, we don't know how this is going to affect us yet at this point. So as soon as this information is available, we're going to do the projections, because it's not going to impact us that much on the general fund. There will be some delay with the with the EPA the education protection accounts, and we get about $1.4 million and some other funds, but we should be able to manage it within our internal interfund borrowings. But I don't know what's going to happen with the categorical funds, if there's going to be any delays in funding of those programs. So as soon as we have this information available, we'll do some cash flow projections, and we will let you know if there's going to be any impact. Hopefully we can get through without any additional need for TRAN. Otherwise we will work we will work on issuing TRAN, but I don't have that answer yet for you.
Maybe you can back into the answer to my question in another way. Given what you know now in terms of what our reserve funds are that we could borrow from internally, what's the magnitude that we could borrow from ourselves internally without having to go outside for external financing?
I think that we can probably double because currently today we ask for authorization for 25 million. We most likely could do on a one-time basis probably for another 25 on temporary basis, because we will need those dollars.
Good, thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you.
I understand that Kathy Blackwood wanted to comment. I think she's on this very subject, right? Kathy, is that?
Yes.
Yeah, there you are. Okay.
Hi. I just wanted to sort of maybe correct an impression. Trustee Halber said that we're continuing to put money into the OPEB fund, and that, you know, that's going to continue to overfund us. And the fact is, the money we are putting into the OPEB fund now is for future liability that we are accruing every year for our existing employees.
Question?
Sure, Trustee Howard.
Through the chair to either Kathy Blackwood or Bernarda. So I became a little more confused with the answer to Trustee Mandelkern's question. So about the OPEB fund, retiree benefit fund. So maybe maybe my memory is not the best. I thought our pay-as-you-go cost was around $6 to $7 million to cover, each year's amount that our retirees were costing us. Bernard, I believe you said it was about $4 million. So first question, what is that cost actually each year?
So it's close to $8 million, but if you remember, we already split the cost. About half of it was in Fund 1 and half of it was charged already to Fund 8. So that's why we only had in our fund that was sort of our fund in which we, I'm sorry, it's kind of late, my brain is, yes.
That's the irrevocable trust.
It's I'm sorry, I'm just drawing blank. I apologize, it's kind of late. It's Fund 8. It's the retirement. Why am I not having? It's the. It'll come back to me anyway. So
is it the irrevocable trust, or is it a
no? The irrevocable trust is our OPEB fund. It's the internal fund. I'm sorry. It'll come back to me. It's our reserve for post-retirement benefits.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
So it's not general fund is still $4 million. Is that what? And so was it a recent change when things became fully funded that our general fund cost used to be more? In other words, it was like
correct,
maybe closer, but now it's down to $4 million.
So about 3 years ago, Kathy, if I remember, we split the cost to go to half of it was split to between general fund and then the reserve to post-retiree benefits. It's still within our district funds, but the costs were just simply divided in half between both funds.
So are we able to predict any date? You know, in other words, like, I know you can't look forward more than a couple of years with any level of certainty, but since it is over the OPEB, is that the right term? OPEB fund is currently overfunded. So I'm assuming we're investing in a, you know, very safe mix of stocks, bonds, and so forth, that probably kicks off, you know, what, 4% or something, or a year that, you know, would be available for paying those benefits without, you know, losing the growth of, you know, adjusted for inflation, break even, right? You can do about 7% on a balanced portfolio. So 4% you can spend, 3% is just inflation related. Are we looking at a day in some reasonable future that that fund will be ready to pay for these costs?
So the fund is right.
Bernarda?
Yes, go ahead.
So for the costs that we have already, the liability that we already have for folks who are already retired, we are paying this year, this coming year, we're proposing that we pay 100% of the costs of the existing retirees out of the fund. However, we are adding to our liability every year. It's going up because we have more people who are earning future post-retirement costs. And so that amount is continuing to go into the fund. So there isn't a point in which we can say we'll never have to pay in again, because unless we quit hiring employees. But
therefore, that's the service cost that I mentioned, that we still have to charge ourselves and contribute.
So and again, I know we've seen presentations on this, but I guess my recollection here is that, yeah, the cost curve goes up, but then there's a point where as newer employees are going to age out and become eligible at a vastly reduced payment, because we capped those costs in the 90s, that those costs will start to diminish and not go up. Right. So, and I don't know why in my brain it's like 140, 150 million, at which point then we've kind of plateaued out. And if anything, the costs start to drop because we're in effect having cohorts of people retire who just will cost a lot less in their retirement years than the folks who are retired who had the, you know, most generous benefits. Am I on track here with that?
yes, absolutely. But where that will be reflected is in the amount that we charge ourselves will go down. And instead of charging ourselves 5%, we might get down to 3% or 2% or something like that. That we track that amount and we work with the actuary to determine how much we should charge ourselves for our future cost. And so that's the dollar amount. You'll see our benefit rates that we charge ourselves will start going down. And
that's what we have done.
Reduce the amount that goes into the trust.
Yes.
Thank you.
And just to that, that's what we have done. We have discussed the rate that we should be charging ourselves, the service cost, and that will be changing from 5 to 3%.
Okay. Other questions or comments for Bernarda? My goodness. Shall we open this up for no, wait, did we do public comments already or no?
Well,
No, we have the report.
You weren't a little a little bit of a conversation about the 50% law if I go fast, or
Okay.
is that, I know it's 10 o'clock at night, and then we can wrap everything up and we can move forward. So Bernarda, can you give me the,
Absolutely. I'll go back and share the slides. Can you see it okay?
yeah.
Yeah. All right.
The next, yeah. So I'll go quickly. It's 10 o'clock at night. I don't think you want me to do a detailed calculation of the 50% law. I'll spare you that, I promise. But again, I want to let you know that I've heard you loud and clear this year, and I want to work with the board and our constituents to see what we can do. And for me, the first step is to understand the darn thing. And I think I was talking to one of you, I can't remember who, but I actually just rolled up my sleeves. I said, Bernarda, give me the numbers because I need to do it. And I actually had a dream about the 50% law last night, but I think I actually understand it a little bit better. So I think collectively we need to understand what it is. We need to analyze the calculation of time. The last time we complied with the 50%, 2014 and 15. And believe it or not, I've done the first bullet point for myself. I pretty much have done the analysis from the last time we met the 50% law. But I want to run it by Kathy and Bernarda because they see things that I don't. But I have a sense of you know, how, as we've slipped out of compliance, what are the factors that have contributed to that? I've heard some of the board members say other community-supported colleges and districts meet the 50% law. Why don't we? Well, I'm happy to tell you that we're actually part of a coalition of community-supported community colleges. We actually had a meeting. Bernarda was yesterday. I can't even remember.
Yes.
And I have now connections, and Bernarda does, and Kathy, of course, does, where we can look at those other districts and see what they're doing that maybe we're not doing and learn from them. And then again, put this up for board discussion. You know, this is some work that we can do between now and the next budget cycle, but certainly moving towards a 75-25 ratio would help a bit. For the long term, and this is easier said than done, is perhaps consider legislative efforts to refine the calculation. And I realize that's a big hill to climb, but it may be something worth looking at. And last but not least, if this is still a goal of the board, we may have to rethink our district strategic plan and think about where we're going to put our money, and have to make some tough choices about where we go. So Bernarda, if you can just go to the next slide for me. I'll keep this really simple. I think one of you asked, well, if we started you know, moving people into different positions, would that help the 50% law? And the answer is only if they're in the classroom. So I know you know this, you know these rules, but it's basically on the instructional side of the equation, it's faculty, tutors, and instructional aides, and that's it. There may be a few exceptions, but that's it. Everything else is on the other side. So tonight you heard from a lot of counselors. They're on the other side of that equation. And I'm not going to read this, but essentially every other element of our operations is on the other side of that equation. And that's the difficulty in all of this. So if you could just move to the next slide, Bernarda. I know this is hard to see, and I know I gave the board kind of a preview copy of this, but I actually took a look at the 2018-19 expenditures, and it's a big number to overcome. And I know it's probably hard for all of you to see this, and I can make arrangements so that the others can see it, but there's not a whole lot that we can report on the instructional side of the equation. Yet there's a whole lot of stuff we do with faculty, whether they're counselors, librarians, whether it's professional development, release time, what have you. That is on that other side. Almost 100% of our classified staff is on that other side. So a lot of it, and they're student-facing classified staff doing really important work. So this is the kind of the tough nut we need to crack. And as I said, I think I've got a roadmap. I think that we are able to report to you that we're going to make a slight improvement, at least with the tentative budget. I think we're forecasting about 43%, which I know is still short of where you all want us to be, but at least we've kind of reversed that downward trend and are trending back up. I'm not going to go over the calculations here. If you have the spreadsheet, and I can send it to anybody else that's interested, it's pretty easy. But I can tell you that the numbers you see there tie to our actual expenditures to the penny. So this is actually a simplified version of what we sent to the state for 18-19. And it ties exactly to that report. I just kind of put it in a format that at least I felt was easier to understand. And I think that's really all I have. But just to, again, let you know that we are committed to this. It's not going to happen overnight. I have to actually understand the mechanics of it. I think I'm much further along there. I think I have an understanding of what changed and how it changed. And I was actually surprised about a couple of things. And if you're interested, we can have that piece of the report the next time. Once I know my numbers are good, and we can talk about, well, what are the components of this thing that changed from 2014 to, where we're currently at. And then, able to report, I'll be able to report to you in terms of progress we've made in talking to other districts. So I'll leave it there. I don't know even if I have another slide, Bernard, if you can keep it. And then this has been the trend in the 50%. One of the factors is the decline in FTS, and with a lot of fixed costs on the non-instructional side of the equation. When the FTS trends down, your 50% law is going to trend down. But there's other factors as well that we can examine the next time. So with that, we'll get to the last slide, Renata. As I mentioned, we're probably estimating at 43%. That's not where
Mike, if I can add something. So those are the estimates as of this moment for tentative budget. And again, if enrollment changes or expenses going to change, or any type of MOU or COLA, anything is negotiated, then those 50% law calculations are going to be impacted by that. So it's not going to be 43%. But then again, if some expenses are going to be lower because of COVID-19, then again, that might be impacted as well.
Right. And then again, we've kind of reflected on this. I think that we would like to hear discussion, and again, it's late tonight, but we can start working. If there is truly an interest in moving towards that 75-25 ratio, we're gonna have to find ongoing dollars to do that. But I'm confident that we could lay out a plan that would help us get there. That's about the one impact that we can make in this next budget year in terms of moving a little closer, I believe. The other items are more long-term in nature, frankly, and you just can't fight the math on this. It's difficult. It's difficult math to fight. It's a lot of money to try to find and get on that other side of the equation. So I'll stop there. I'm happy to take your comments. I'm not interested in fighting Sacramento on this. I just want to see if we can come up with a solution.
Okay. So you're waiting for comments from board members. Hello.
Well, I think it's a good approach. I would like to keep informed, keep us posted as we have our budget discussions of what you're finding out and what progress we're making. I recognize we're not going to go from 43% to 50% in 1 year in one fell swoop, but I think having a plan of how we are going to get there, and I think the 75-25 move is probably part of that. I think there's other things that we need to look at as well, along with potentially lobbying for changes in the calculation. And I think your investigation of how are other districts like ours, multi-college, basic aid districts, how are they managing? Let's find out all this stuff and figure out what we can do and have a plan to get there. It's going to be a multi-part plan, but at least we're making progress in the right direction, which is good.
Richard, Oliver?
A couple of comments. First, I think for the benefit of people who are viewing this and who may not understand the background, basically what we're talking about is the fact that the college district is violating a state law that requires no less than half of our general fund budget be spent on direct classroom instruction. And we've been, in this violation, non-compliance for a few years now. And I guess I would only ask that, get a sense of the other trustees, because we talked about this a few times now, and including talking about it at our last board meeting. I made a couple of suggestions. One definitely being getting closer to the 75% full-time faculty ratio, which I think is, it's a law, it's a guideline in law. It's not an enforceable law, but it is in the I think in the best interests of our students. I believe full-time faculty have a level of engagement in the life of the college and the lives of our students that helps improve student success, and less reliance on really, let's call it cheap labor, part-time faculty who would be full-time if the jobs were available. Another item I had mentioned was, some modest, minimal relaxation in some of the productivity measures, weekly student contact hour measures, classroom size measures, would, I think, also improve, especially with online instruction. It would improve the quality of the instruction. And that's something that is reversible when we reach a point where it may not be economically sustainable. I've also identified a couple of areas where I think we've budgeted for an assumption that, we're back to the pre-coronavirus world in terms of international student recruitment and travel, where you can find dollars that can be reallocated to the classroom. I'm not sure where the rest of the board is, because I'm disappointed that we're not seeing that in this tentative budget. I don't know if other trustees, feel the way I do, that the only way we do this is by building a budget that moves us a little bit. I'm not talking about reversing the gap, but $1 million, $2 million is a statement of what we're looking to accomplish. So I guess at this point, I'd just be curious to know what other trustees, have to say about that. Thank you.
Maurice, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I see exactly where you're going, Trustee Holliber, and I do agree. My only question is there a specific ask tonight that would answer your question, not just hearing from the board, but is there any proposed direction you'd like to provide, or any amendments to what we're looking at here? Anything specific that we could do as a board to address your concerns?
If I may answer, I think there is. And again, we do have, very healthy reserves, I think about 30 million or more dollars, that we allocate, $2 million to convert part-time to full-time faculty. That just an allocation that would be reflected in the budget. Classroom faculty, teaching faculty.
Right. Okay. And, with that said, go ahead, Bernarda, I'm sorry.
Well, again, I would caution, because the reserves are one-time in nature, and converting something that's a one-time in nature into ongoing reserves might prove problematic.
Well, if I may,
in the
first,
long
that
run.
policy, that I understand that, and we hear that every time we raise this, and that's a board policy decision. But I've identified places where we can cut, that maybe we can't eradicate entirely, but we can cut some, some expenses that have been allocated that are just not real right now, and I think may not be real for years to come, around travel and around recruitment of international students.
Trustee Mendelkern, you want to comment?
Yes, I'm with Trustee Oliver here in that, you know, I'd like to know where we are today in terms of this 75-25 ratio. Are we at 70-30 or 72-28 or whatever, and what it would cost to get to 75-25? I don't think it's an unreasonable number to say that we can find $2 million to put into the classroom, given where we are. I think, you know, we've just identified very quickly some big numbers on the international recruitment and travel, which are clearly not going to be spent on that for the foreseeable future. We can make budget changes, and if we don't make those changes, we're never going to make any progress towards addressing this 50% law issue. So I think we do need to make those changes. I think there's probably, you know, we can set some reasonable targets, maybe a minimum amount of $2 million and maybe say a maximum amount of $4 million this year that we can probably find in the existing budget if we reevaluate our priorities. And that's what policy decisions by the board are, is reevaluating our priorities. And if we say we'd like to put $2 to $4 million into the classroom side of the 50% equation, that will make progress towards moving us from 43% to something not 50%, but closer to 50% than we are today. And I think that's something that we should do.
Chancellor?
Sorry. Yeah, and first of all, you know, the whole intent of putting this discussion out there, and I, you know, if you recall at the very beginning of this, I said 4 board discussion. So, you know, this is what we need to hear from you, is this direction. And I would agree. I think that we, you know, if the entire board is in agreement, I am not comfortable creating a structural budget deficit. And I think you all hopefully would agree with that. But I think that we could scrub this budget and find some funds and make a good faith effort to make good on that pledge. And I don't disagree. We have to be careful. We're not going to get the 75-25 right away. You know, the one thing that I just want to, I'm cautious about this stuff, because once you start bringing in permanent employees, if we ever really hit a real problem budget-wise, the last thing we want to do is start issuing March 15th and layoffs. So it's always a balancing act. But believe me, as a, you know, as an educator, I am all for bringing in as many full-time faculty as we can. I don't care what side of the equation they're on. They all provide value to this institution. And I'm of the same mind as all of you. It's just got to be a balanced approach. And because I don't want to sit here, you know, 4 or 5 years from now, and, you know, we're looking at March 15th. That tears a place apart. That's my only concern.
Trustee Goodman, did you want to speak?
No, I just had my hand up.
Okay. Or just to have your, okay, problem. Trustee Nuris?
I understand where we need to get, because the law is the law. One of the things we've discussed, though, is also seeing if we can get some legislative assistance to help us move closer to where we are. And that's something that we haven't really talked about too much. I also understand that this law has been in place, since the 1950s, and it doesn't look like the legislature is going to make any major changes. So then I agree we have to move towards becoming more in compliance. I don't really like going to the reserve and making a call on the reserves basically for one-time expenses like this. And I think we need to also make sure that we have a recommendation from those that are looking at the academic side of it and what our projections are and what our needs will be before we create more positions that are permanent and have to be in a position where we have to let people go. And I don't know what that number is. I don't know what is a safe number and what is not a safe number, but I don't want to be in a situation where we ever have to give someone the March 15th letter. So I'd be looking for a recommendation on that to know how far we can go. And if we can start moving closer, I'm for that. But we got to take it in smaller steps here, just to make sure we don't create other problems that we'll have to deal with later that are getting harder to change.
Thank you. I never can really support putting on continuing expenses from one-time monies. Because it's just no guarantees. And you have, once you put the continuing expense of a faculty member, I mean, that it's an obligation. And I thought I heard in a presentation from our chancellor a couple times saying to our employees, no layoffs, no layoffs. And so I think this is destined to be, probably will happen, that we'll have to make some kind of adjustments to value this somewhere along the line. These times that we're in, I'm having a real problem thinking of why are we making this commitment at this time to take one-time monies when we don't know what's coming down the road. We're so volatile right now. I think a commitment to going in that direction, baby steps of some kind to making a movement, I can support, but I'm getting kind of really nervous about making these big commitments on a time we come from every meeting and we have some new thing that we're worrying about. How are we going to provide this for our students? How are we going to provide the next thing for our employees? And I'm just not really comfortable with the way this conversation is headed. That's just my opinion. Trustee Goodman?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, obviously, you know, we want to make sure the services are there for our students, but I also believe that we have to be, if we're going to do this, I don't believe in baby steps. I really believe that if we're going to do it, we do it. If there's, I'm a firm believer that if this is something that we believe in and this is who we are as a district, we'll find a way. Not saying that we're going to be fiscally irresponsible in any sense of the word, but really making sure that, you know, as the chancellor already said, we'll sharpen our pencil. I believe that we can find a way, but I think we have to start making good faith efforts, including being able to have conversations on both sides and on all sides. But what I don't want to see is that we're doing this at the expense of our students, at the expense of pitting one group against another. But I do believe that, as Trustee Holliber is saying, that if we're going to do it, let's say we're going to do it, and make sure that our budget speaks our values. And if this is truly important to us, we will find a way.
Could I just clarify a couple items, because I want to make sure that we're speaking about the same numbers. The international program travel budget is only roughly about $300,000 plus, $300,000 plus. The whole budget for the district on a Fund 1 is over $1 million. But that includes also budgeted items for, as I said, faculty and staff for a variety of conferences and professional development travel. So just wanted to make sure that I clarified that. Also, you know, our reserves, the $30 million, that represents roughly 2 months of the salaries. So if we had any other events where we cannot get the revenue, those dollars would last us only about 2 months. And again, fund balance is not the same as cash. So the access to those would be rather difficult if the account starts running low on cash. So I just wanted to clarify those couple items.
But again, I think we've heard.
And I understand.
Yeah, I think we heard a general direction from the board, and I think that, and it's something that I can support. We will scrub the budget and see what we can find and reallocate dollars. I will tell you, and I want to pick up on what Trustee Goodman said. If you look at that slide of all the non-instructional costs, they're good things that we've been, you know, working with all of you over the years directed to do. You know, it's the Spark Point program. It's, you know, it's the food insecurity, like right down the list. So that's the other element here is it's a board decision, but there's a policy decision there. And again, where do you find that balance point? I just want to, I think we move forward. I think we scrub the budget. We say, hey, this is important. We're going to make a move to this, and we make a good faith effort at moving forward.
So let me then just reply then to Trustee Goodman asking for levels of commitment. I think all of the other things that we are providing and that have been provided in the past that are on the other side of the ledger have a significant amount of value. And I'm not committed to gutting a lot of those things just to become in compliance with 50%. I think that we need to look at the big picture and make sure that we are giving all of the things that we feel are in the best interest of the students. And you know what? The law is the law, but obviously it's a law where we have not had to comply with it 100%. And we have our own needs and our own values, and we've already made commitments to different things. And so if we're going to comply with a law that just stays in place because it has a lot of political support, we have to look at what's in the best interest of our district. And so I don't want us to be cannibalizing one thing for the benefit of another. And we need to look at the long-term ramifications of making that type of a commitment.
Trustee Mendelkern.
Thank you. You know, as I outlined in previous discussions, I think getting to where we want to be is a multifaceted approach. It involves talking to all of our stakeholders, whether it's in the faculty, the classified staff, the administration, and really understanding what we value, what we know works and makes a difference to our students. And, you know, we need to do that. I think there's significant budget scrubbing that we could do when we look at what we're spending. I mean, you know, when we look at the program cost, not just the travel cost, but the overall program cost of recruitment of international students that we know are not going to be there for the next several years, you know, we can reallocate that money without impacting future budgets, without impacting reserves and so forth. You know, I believe when we look at how we're funding some things like the retirement reserve funds and so forth, when we look at this and say, you know, it's building faster than it needs to, there's money that we can, you know, use for other purposes there without endangering our reserves, without jeopardizing the financial future of this district. No one wants to do that, but we can make progress if we have a commitment to making progress. We can identify areas that we feel like they're valuable and that we will get a consensus of support from our faculty and staff that these are valuable programs for the benefit of our students, and we want to fight to keep them, even if they're on the wrong side of the equation. And then together we can go to the state chancellor and we can go to the legislature and explain and justify why, you know, in our best opinion and after our best efforts, we get to whether it's 48% or 49% or wherever it is, but it's not quite 50, but at least we have a rationale. Because I can tell you, in my opinion, what's not going to work is just thumbing our nose at the 50% law, and we will just put a target on our back and wait for folks in Sacramento to figure out some clever way to come after us and penalize us for not being in compliance with a law that 71 of the other 72 community college districts in this state managed to comply with. That's my opinion.
If I may. You know, I pointed out just a couple of expense items that were really obvious and where I think we can make savings. Trustee Mandelkern has pointed out the money that's being set aside, you know, for future retiree benefits as another place that we could perhaps make adjustments. And, you know, we don't really get to see the details of expenditures. I think we see the ones that are, you know, in effect putting a bullseye on their own back because they don't make a lot of sense. But my guess is there is other stuff that can be cut without impacting anything related to student success. I don't know what all those items are, and one that comes to mind quickly is, the district cars that we have, which, may not be a good expense of our funds. But I believe we should make a step in this direction. I threw out the number of 2 million, if in fact the projection is that we get to, 43% is the projection. And if we could have a budget in September, final budget that gets us to something closer to 45%, or something north of 44%, somewhere between 44 and 45%, then I would feel like we are definitely making progress, and we're making a statement about doing something that is both required by law and I believe benefits the outcomes for our students.
Any other comments or questions from Chancellor or board members? I just want to be clear, when the time comes, I really want to know what we're giving up to get there. And it should be a simple answer. It's going to be a list of things. I don't think it should be too complicated, because I honestly believe we would be there if we could. It's not like we tried not to be there. So that would be my hope, that when the time comes, I still would not support giving one-time funds for ongoing expenses. I just think it's bad practice. But that's just me. Anyway, anything else you'd like to add, Chancellor, before we move on?
I think you actually need to take a vote to approve the tentative budget. I think there was a motion and a second.
I think now we can open up to the public. I don't think we ever did that. Does anybody see anybody? Is anybody still alive out there? Any hand raising? I might have to leave you because I'm having battery problems. That's why I come and go, but so I'm hanging in there for a few more minutes. If there's no comments from the public, so we do have a motion and a second to accept the tentative budget. Are we ready to vote on that? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I don't know what that was, but motion passes. 20-6-100B, adoption of resolution number 20-12, calling for an election to be held on November 3rd, hallelujah, for the election of 3 members of the governing board of the San Mateo County Community College District. A motion and a second to adopt the resolution for the election.
Second, so moved.
So we have a motion and a second. Thank you. Mitch Bailey is still with us. If we have any questions, God bless you. Are there any public comments? I should just leave this up. Anybody see anybody from the public? No. Okay. Board discussion. Are there any questions or clarifications? So we're going to have an election in November. Cirillo, you wants to do a roll call vote. Are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay,
So,
go.
President Schwartz,
Yes.
Vice President Norris,
Aye.
Trustee Goodman,
Yes.
Trustee Holliber,
Aye.
Trustee Mandelkern.
You're muted, but I saw you say
Trustee
yes.
Mandelkern.
Aye.
I
And
saw
then-
it. Yes, okay. So the motion passes by unanimous vote that we have passed the resolution for the election. 20-63C, presentation by the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Consortium on addressing cultural sensitivity and people with disabilities in the police academy. San Mateo Acting President Kim Lopez, you're going to introduce our report and the presenter.
I am. All right, so good late evening, trustees, chancellor, college, and members of the public that are still with us. As Trustee Schwartz said, we are going to talk to you tonight about the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Consortium, and specifically how the Police Academy addresses cultural sensitivity and people with disabilities. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background, very, very brief, and then I'm going to introduce you to the president of the consortium, who will provide a brief PowerPoint, and then we'll open it up for discussion. I believe there'll be some questions coming from our trustees. So the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Consortium serves our Regional Police Academy. Although open to the public, some of these courses are really intended to serve those already employed in a variety of public safety careers. In case you don't know, the consortium is comprised of 8 community college members: CSM, Gavilan, Monterey Peninsula, Lake Tahoe, Cabrillo, Hartnell, Ohlone, and Mission College. So at this point, I'd like to introduce you to Linda Vaughn, who has been the president of the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Consortium for the past 3 years. Linda's experience in education and training began more than 27 years ago when she worked for the Haywood Police Department. Linda's experience also includes over 13 years as an adjunct instructor for the San Jose Evergreen Community College District. Linda is also engaged at the local, regional, and state levels for the review, development, and delivery of all public safety training disciplines. So Linda.
Okay.
Come on, join us. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share with you, if I can here, see if I can do that. First of all, members of the board, chancellor, college presidents, thank you very much for the invitation and for the opportunity to make this presentation to you. It's unfortunate that the circumstances surrounding the invitation, but I also am excited about having these conversations because this is something that's been important to the consortium as well as public safety in California for many, many years. And we can always get better. So we're looking for that opportunity to have greater collaboration between the colleges and the state and the chancellor's office and our community members so that we can get better. What I wanted to do is begin with just a little background on who we are. I know President Lopez did share what the consortium is. We were born out of a chancellor's grant back in 1993, where there was a request for collaboration and regionalization of public safety training. Evergreen Valley College and Gavilan College decided to take up that charge. They submitted for the grant funding and South Bay Regional was born. It was a collaboration with resources of staff, trying to make more efficient and better, higher quality training for our public servants. And that is not only police departments, but it's for police, fire, dispatch, EMT, corrections, community service officers, and explorers who are our youth that are engaged with police departments. After the first year, we had a number of other colleges join us, including College of San Mateo, and we ended up having 3 locations. So we are currently on, we offer police academies at 3 locations, the Monterey Peninsula College campus on Fort Ord, Gavilan College at the Coyote Valley campus, and CSM, of course, on the main campus. Our courses are open enrollment. We service support both the agency people who are hired by agencies prior to coming to the academy, as well as self-sponsored students who are aspiring to be public servants. We offer our academies in a number of different formats, both intensive, which is a 6-month program, as well as a modular program, which is a series of 3 courses offered consecutively. Takes approximately anywhere from 18 to 20 months to complete that program. We're an interesting animal. To provide the training that's required for police academies, we have to be certified by the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, POST. They are the oversight and certifying agency for all police training in California. They establish the minimum required training for us. They tell us the minimum amount of content and topics, as well as the hours associated with each of those. Our basic academy currently is a little over 900 hours of lecture lab integrated education and training. The post requirements is 664. So as you can see, we already exceed what is required by the post standards. Post has 42 distinct learning domains. That's how they break down the curriculum sort of in the core, for those of you who have curriculum background. The consortium has 43. We added a stress management block of instruction, although it's covered in other areas of the academy. We felt it was important. There's no requirement to specifically call out stress management, but we recognize that being in law enforcement and being peace officers, there are stressful situations, and they can be emotional situations. And many of those incidents are the root causes of our problems and stressors in law enforcement. So for this reason, we've added, sorry about that, I lost my note here. We added hours specific to this stress management, 8 hours, so that we could assist the students in learning how to deal with these emotional or mitigate some of those emotional responses, and give them the tools, the skills, the techniques to control and mitigate it, so that they can deal with stressful situations in a appropriate manner. Now, I know that the focus here is cultural diversity. And this is not a new topic for law enforcement or policing. Community policing and cultural awareness goes all the way back to Robert Peel, who was one of the founders of some of the law enforcement for us, and those who have taught in administration of justice intro classes have talked about him a lot. But it became more in focus in the 1950s, and in the 1960s, our president, Lyndon Johnson, actually had a blue ribbon committee together to do investigations and do a full research on community-oriented and community policing and cultural awareness. It became even more in focus in the late 80s and 90s, and it became its own learning domain specific for post in 1999. Some of the content within that domain includes understanding the US history impacting prejudice and implicit bias, cultural sensitivity, racial profiling, community-oriented policing and policy, and people with disabilities was added in 2002. It's been continually modified and updated. It's been a focus and something of attention for both post and in law enforcement training in both the basic and the in-service courses all the time. Most recently, it was updated in 2020 in our basic course. Additional content was added in regards to procedural justice and principled policing. And May 2020, an in-service course was just released by Post that was on their online portal to provide additional resources and training for individuals and for active law enforcement. The history of de-escalation. This is training that has also been continually offered within our police academies and in the training that the officers receive while they're at their agencies after they're employed. Originally, it was called use of force, and it did include a progressive stage of beginning even with the just presence, police presence being a use of force, being in a uniform, being in a patrol car, that's the initial stage. And it goes through the progressions all the way up to potentially use of deadly force. But it also is a force continuum, and there was a greater focus of force continuum as we ended up into the 60s and 70s. And it began to show how it's not only an escalation, but a de-escalation, and it can go around in circles. So again, there was a big emphasis, and there has been at this point in our training and our education to make sure that we're focusing on the de-escalation elements and making sure that we're giving, again, the students those skills so that they can be successful when they go to do their jobs in the communities. I wanted to provide you a little bit of a matchup of where the curriculum lies for procedural justice, for community-oriented policing, for principal policing, implicit bias, ethics, leadership, all those topics. These are the learning domains that directly address those topics in our academy. Post requirements are 147 hours. In the South Bay Academy that we offer on your campus, we do an additional 56 hours in those areas. We want to make sure that we're giving our students as much time. We haven't added a whole lot of content to what it is. Some of it we have 4 hours specifically on just de-escalation, nothing else but de-escalation training in that learning domain, the LD20. We also, in the some of our 24 hours of cultural diversity and discrimination, we have implicit bias and procedural justice. We have 8 hours of training specifically on that in that learning domain. And there was a question, and I did receive the questions from some board members prior. So I'm trying to make sure I'm covering as much as I can. I know you'll still have questions, but the 8 Can't Wait campaign, I thought this was a good place to, before we get further into what's happening in the training that we're providing right now, to look at what they're asking, and absolutely reasonable. Banning chokeholds and strangleholds. So we call them carotid restraints. It's not a chokehold, but they are at this point in time. The governor has issued an order, and those have now been removed from all in-service courses that are being offered. So our certifications that we hold with POST, any reference to or teaching of or use of that type of a carotid restraint has now been removed. And of course, it's being followed by changes of curriculum at the colleges. I was just advised today, and the bulletin came out, I found out this morning, but the bulletin came out from POST, is that they received approval on Thursday at their commission meeting that they will have an emergency regulatory change, and that training will now be removed from the basic academy as well. So we, of course, will be removing those techniques immediately from our academies. We postponed the teaching of that skill, that technique, with the expectation that it would be removed. So we are not teaching that already. We've already removed that in practice, but we will remove it in actuality as soon as that mandate is removed. Again, that's one of the dances we have to comply with, is to be certified by POST. We have to teach what is regulatorily and legally mandated in the course. So until they change that, we're unable to do that. But we've already delayed that training to try and mitigate that, realizing that we expected this would be the change. Required de-escalation. Again, we teach de-escalation, and the idea is to effect the change and get compliance with the least amount of force necessary. We have scenario-based training. We have simulators that we use to help teach the students and our future recruits that just because initially you need to perhaps take out your gun and point it at somebody, that once you start gaining compliance, that gun gets to be put away. That just as their actions de-escalate, so do ours. And so that's why we brought in that stress management portion of our academy as well, to make sure that we were helping them recognize those signals, and so that they could react appropriately. Requiring a warning shot before shooting is really a policy that would be, it's not something that we teach. We teach skills for using a handgun, but we do not affect policy. That would be something that if you had more questions in that area, you'd have to talk to either the police chiefs or the sheriffs in the area to find out exactly how they were going to develop those policies and enact them. Requires exhaust all alternatives before shooting. You know, we teach the students that. In police work, life and death decisions are made oftentimes with very little and limited and imperfect information. And it happens within moments. And unfortunately, mistakes are made sometimes. There are, and I will be the first to admit, I know one of the questions that we'll deal with later is how do we recognize the bad apples? There are people that maybe should not be officers and probably should not be officers who will get through and get employed. We can do everything we can to assist them in teaching them problem solving, critical thinking skills. But when they're in the situation, it's the human factor and they will do what they're going to do. But again, sometimes it's in moments, and it's the decisions they make are made in the moments based on imperfect information. Duty to intervene. Ethics and leadership are embedded throughout our academy. So the expectation is, and they even are tested on their ethics. I can't tell you what it is because it's a controlled test, but they have to make a decision that is not the popular decision. So we really stress the fact that sometimes we have to police the police. We have to be our best advocates, and we need to make sure we're doing what we can to honor our profession. Again, banning shooting at moving vehicles is a policy that would be enacted within a police department or a sheriff's department. It is not something that we teach, nor is it something that we would have impact over as an academy. We do require the use of force continuum, and we provide scenario training and testing where they do utilize that. And then requiring comprehensive report writing. That's something that our advisory committees felt very strongly about. Post requires 48 hours of report writing, and we provide 72 hours of report writing for each recruit in our academy, because we also believe that it's important that there's comprehensive report writing in there. Which kind of leads to how we deliver the curriculum, to make sure we're providing everything we need to those students who are going to be those future servants in your communities. Again, leadership, ethics, procedural justice, principal policing are concepts that are infused into all of the curriculum and then specifically focused in those learning domains that I shared with you earlier. We do provide lecture. We do small group exercises, activities, scenario-based training. We use simulators so that they can fail forward. They can make mistakes and learn without anyone being hurt. We use facilitated videos and online training for both in the classroom and for the in-service courses for the professional and continued development of our officers. And in our community, in our academy, we really emphasize the fact that we are community. We are the community. Our students dedicate and volunteer their time on weekends. The photo that's in the bottom left is actually the daycare at CSM. Our students interact with them. They give them stickers. We let them play with the sirens on the cars and try to show that we are part of the community. We're the human side. We work with the Cub Scouts and the Boy Scouts. We have high school students in. We work with Explorer programs, book donations, the Pink Patch Project, blood drives, painting and cleaning up graffiti within the neighborhoods. We really emphasize in the academy that it's important that we want we want homegrown. We want people who are part of the community to be serving back in the community, because we feel that that's where how it's going to be most effective. I know one of the questions that was asked was, how do the bad apple side of things. When they're in the academy, they're in a very controlled setting. We have daily observations. If we recognize that there's something that doesn't seem right, if we notice that somebody is having either concerns about gender or concerns about lifestyle or concerns about ethnicities, We have conversations. We have biweekly informal evaluations with the students, and we have 2 formal graded evaluations. We consider the students when they're in the police academy the same as if they were an employee, and we go through a progressive discipline. So they will have counseling sessions. We will document the incidents. If they are in fact employed by an agency, we will report the incidents and our concerns to the agency. And ultimately it ends up in their permanent file. They sign a waiver when they enter the police academy that they understand that these types of things will remain in their permanent file. That can be, if they go through a background investigation, it will be revealed. So we do not hide anything. If we have concerns, we make sure and have those conversations and try to take actions as we can. Again, as a college class and as an open enrollment opportunity, we are limited to some extent as to what we can do to limit access and attendance in our courses. We certainly have an extensive student manual that letters out exactly what our expectations of them are and even greater expectations as they go out into the communities. But we do sometimes have people that get through. And in regards to hiring processes, again, Post is the authority on that, and they set the minimum standards. We have, as an academy, we have no impact on those hiring practices. The minimum is 18 years or older, U.S. citizen, no felony convictions, high school graduate, written and physical assessment as determined by the agency, an oral interview process. They go through a background investigation, a medical evaluation, and a psychological evaluation. Those are the minimum standards. Other agencies, some agencies include a polygraph examination as well, and sometimes some other interviews, either with public figures and such. But again, that's all set by the agencies, and we have little to no impact on how that rolls out. To attend the Basic Police Academy as a self-sponsored student, you have to pass a DOJ clearance, which means that you have the authority to possess a firearm, and you have to complete the written and physical assessment as well, and a valid driver's license. So that's all that we can ask them for, because that's all that is required through Post, and that's legally mandated for entry into the course. And we do support the continued professional training of officers. They're required to do racial profiling training every 5 years. We have and support mental health decision-making courses, 40-hour CIT, so crisis intervention training. The field training officers also have to take an additional 8 hours, and they receive additional training within their basic courses that they have to take before they can be a field training officer. The implicit bias and the principal policing and the procedural justice curriculum is being embedded, as we speak right now, is being embedded into the supervisor's course that we present, and has already been adopted and implemented into the management class, which is the lieutenant's level and above. We are one of 3 in the state, presenters in the state that present the principal policing curriculum, which was developed with California Department of Justice, Post, and Stanford. It is a database, research-based curriculum that talks specifically about implicit bias and procedural justice. We also offer the instructor course as well as the line personnel, the officers that are on the street. We've been using, that's the 8-hour course that is for line officers, is what we're offering and what we're presenting within our police academy. We also support the professional training in the defensive tactics and in the force options simulators that, again, allow officers to make those decisions to escalate and then de-escalate and be able to practice those skills in a controlled setting and be able to fail forward. Obviously, I've told you a lot about what we are doing in the academies, but we're also, the consortium and my staff, we're very involved outside as well. Myself, my vice president, directors, coordinators, and faculty are all involved in post committees to work with development and implementation and how to present different curriculum and different content. I am on the Chancellor's Advisory Committee for Public Safety Education. I am also part of a regional joint venture that is through the Bay Area Consortium of Community Colleges for Public Safety. We've been working on a number of projects for both law, fire, and EMT. I'll be sharing one of them with you in a moment. I'll give you a little more background on that. As well as we have 3 agency partner advisory committees that we meet quarterly with. One in San Mateo County, one in Santa Clara County, and one in Monterey, Santa Cruz counties. They help us to identify and focus where these extra hours, since we have 240 more hours, or approximately 240 more hours than the required curriculum from post. And they help us, and we talk about what are the important things for the counties, what are the important things for our students, where do we need to focus these extra hours. And that's how we came up with the distribution that we have, including like the 72 hours for the report writing that I shared earlier. I'm gonna try to preface this because I think the next slide is going to be a video. And I wanna emphasize that in our region, we've recognized, we had, through the regional joint venture, we held marketplace meetings with our college partners, the colleges within the region, the Bay region, as well as industry partners, agencies, chiefs. We brought in counselors, and we talked about what were really the important things, and we recognized that that reaching the right people can be difficult, especially for law enforcement. And we engaged with a marketing group, and we did research and did created a database campaign based upon what we knew resonated with the students and with the kids from middle school all the way up through high school and into the ability to become police officers, or at least police recruits. And our focus unanimously was on community. And this is timing is everything. This is about a 2.5 year, I lost my words there, so sorry about that. It's been a labor of love for 2.5 years to get this up and running, and we rolled it out about 3 to 4 weeks ago. And it's a marketing campaign, and it's a toolkit that's available to any of the colleges in the Bay region. It's on the BACCC website as a marketing toolkit, and it also was rolled out to deans and directors within the state. And here it is.
What does community mean to me?
It means being there for others.
Friends, family, neighbors.
It inspires you to do something good.
Even when there's no credit for it.
It motivates you to be your best.
My community is part of who I am.
That's why I want to protect it.
That's why I want to protect it.
So our goal is to provide excellence in leadership and public safety training through regional and community partnerships. And we've worked really hard to do that since 1993. And we can always be better, and we want to do better. And again, I'm saddened by why, but I'm encouraged that we're having these conversations. And I'll open it up for questions. Yeah, I'm hoping I answered most folks, most of the questions that were provided to me beforehand. But if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them at this time.
Well, I have a number of questions, but perhaps we can stop the screen sharing so we can all see each other.
Okay, I can do that. Okay.
Raise my hand.
Yeah, go, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is it President Vaughn or Director Vaughn? I didn't catch exactly what your title is in running the consortium, but thank you very much for being with us on a very late evening. It's been a very full agenda, but I requested that this item be placed on our agenda because as one of the members of your consortium and basically the host to the San Mateo Academy, my goal and part of our oversight role as a board is to ensure that the officers that we're training to serve our community are being trained and held to the highest standards and are being trained in a manner that's consistent with the values that we have as a community. So I appreciate your coming and sharing your perspectives with us and providing the information that answered a fair number of questions I had, but I still have a number of questions left. So I'd like to just jump into those and encourage my colleagues to interrupt at any time as well, because I don't want to monopolize the floor here. But let me just ask a few questions maybe to begin with, following up on the 8 Can't Wait initiative and some of the issues there. You said that the issue of providing a warning before shooting, which was not a warning shot, by the way, is not the recommendation. It's actually to provide a verbal warning before shooting. And you said that was a policy issue, not something that's taught. But it would seem like when you talk about use of force and de-escalation and so forth, that a warning, a verbal warning as part of the procedure before shooting would be something that would be taught in part of that use of force continuum. Would it not be? Or is there a reason why
so it is. So if the opportunity, obviously, so, and that's, I guess, part of the reason that I said that oftentimes these decisions are made in split seconds with limited information. We absolutely teach them to call out, and first line of defense is verbal, right? That's first thing we want them to do is to open that line of communication, because if there is no communication, then there can be no de-escalation. So absolutely, if they're in a position where they have the ability to use verbal commands, even prior to bringing their weapon out, we absolutely teach them to do that all the way up, including the fact that if they have a weapon out, they should continue to be giving orders to those individuals of what they want them to do. Because if you're not telling them what to do, how do they know? So absolutely, yes.
Okay. And then I'd like to talk a little bit more about the officer's duty to intervene and the training they do. You said it was embedded throughout the academy, but I think what is being looked at now, especially in light of recent events, and particularly Mr. Floyd in Minneapolis and the 4 officers, 3 of which who stood by while Mr. Floyd was murdered, is officers have a duty to intervene not just in questions about ethics, but if necessary physically, or to actually act in the moment when something is being done that is not in keeping with the training or proper conduct. And so I'm just wondering if there's any thought being given to increasing the training or increasing the scope of training around an officer's duty to intervene.
So that's one of the conversations that we are having right now. We have not implemented anything at this point in time. We're reviewing what we already have in place, which includes some scenario based. This one's not a test, so I can tell you this. We do have a scenario where there's an officer who is doing something inappropriate. And it's a role player. We bring in role players so that to try and make it more realistic for our students, rather than it's somebody they've been sitting in a classroom next to all the time. So it's somebody they're not used to seeing. And the officer is doing something that's inappropriate. And then the student is being taught to intervene, to stop that behavior from that officer. So we already have some things in place, but we are looking currently at what we can do more, so that we can, again, because we want to do better. So we are having those conversations, and we'll be bringing that up to our advisory. We have an advisory board meeting, I believe, in 2 weeks, that we'll be bringing it to the advisory board to talk about different ways that we can implement additional empower, and I'll use that word, empower officers to be willing to intervene and take those actions even when they're not going to be necessarily popular. And I hate to say that, but I think I'm just being honest.
I appreciate that. I think that's a good answer, and it is an honest answer. I appreciate that. And follow up, you talked about the comprehensive reporting instruction that you provide on how to write reports and so forth. I'm just wondering if specifically, is there an issue on, or not an issue, but is there a section of the training or a portion of the training that focuses specifically on documenting and reporting the use of force?
Yes, yes, there is a specific report that they have to write regarding their use of force in a situation. There are departments, again, that have, and I'll use Oakland as an example, who have a requirement to, they write reports for anything that they, even if they draw their weapon, they have to write a report on it. It's considered a use of force, and we agree. And so we make sure that we cover that within our academy as well.
Okay. And then I'll ask one more question, then let some of my colleagues jump in if they'd like. So you talked about the mental health crisis intervention technique training, and that was part of your continued professional training. It was a 40-hour course, and I think you said it was given to field training officers and supervisors. Is there any thought to including that type of training, or maybe a subset of that training, in the line officer initial academy training that you provide?
Yeah, so they receive some. They receive some basic training for crisis intervention and people with disabilities. We looked at embedding the additional 40 hours of the course. In San Mateo County Health and the Sheriff's Department present that 40-hour course. They do that for us, and they do that for the county, but we support them in that. And it's through their advocates. They have an advocate group as well that goes out that they partner up. So San Mateo County is very progressive in this for the mental health and for the disabled assistance, in that they go out with a counselor. So they have a team that they can call to come out. So they put on that training. It is offered to the line personnel shortly after they graduate from the academy, generally speaking, as well as for all the supervisors and up. We discussed approximately 3 years ago embedding and adding the extra 40 hours into the academy at that time. And it was tabled with the expectation that Post was possibly going to do it. And we did not want to have to rewrite the curriculum twice. So we added the additional hours, as I shared with you in the presentation, to try and cover more of what the county and what our industry partners wanted and were asking us to do. But we didn't embed the entire 40 hours, primarily because there was an expectation that Post was going to come up and make it a regulatory requirement, and they were going to specify what we had to deliver. When they did not, we started partnering with the county, and we're trying to offer that 40-hour block of instruction immediately after they graduate from the academy so that they can get it.
Okay, so let me take a break and offer my colleagues or other members of the public whatever the opportunity to ask some questions, but then I do have more questions.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Trustee Norris.
Again, thank you for sticking around to give us this presentation. Sorry for the long meeting. What departments in San Mateo County have their officers trained through the academy?
It probably would be easier right now for me to tell you which do not. I know that Daly City has been going to Alameda County. And they may be the only ones at this point that haven't been using us, but they haven't hired a lot recently either. The Sheriff's Department will be returning to us. I'll say take a break. They went to Alameda County Sheriff's Academy for about a year and a half. And they reached out to me recently and said that they were looking to come back to our academy, and they'll be at San Mateo and with this next academy that we'll be starting.
So pretty much most of the police officers that serve our county run through this program. I guess that's what you're saying.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
So let me ask you, the administration and the chiefs and the basically the supervisory officers of the department. What interface do you have with them? I guess what I'm asking is you can be teaching best practices to new officers coming in. However, are they going to be going into a system that doesn't necessarily support all of these things? I mean, do you have buy-in by the people that are the chiefs and the councils and the people that are basically running our police departments?
So I will say yes. The advisory committees that I referred to are comprised of the chiefs. So we interface and talk to the chiefs and the sheriffs on a quarterly basis. They're the ones who have helped us direct what additional content areas they wanted us to focus on, those additional hours. So they help us and they help us determine what's important and what they believe needs more attention. And it ebbs and flows. We were only at 888 hours about a year ago for our academy. So we added those additional hours up to the 900, again, in the principal policing and such, and the procedural justice, and again, the mental health components. So, but I want to say, and I'm going to support my industry partners and say they are engaged. They know what's being trained. We have their employees are oftentimes our instructors. So they're the ones in the classroom with our students. They have to teach what we want them to teach, so they don't get to go off the rails on us. We also invite them to come visit the academies. They see what the students are doing. We have them engage with their students and recognize. We have those conversations on a regular basis. I have conversations with the chiefs on a regular basis. So I believe that we do have, again, I believe that San Mateo County is one of the more progressive counties that we have in the greater Bay Area, in all honesty. They're very engaged, again, with the CIT academies, with looking at ways to be community-based and looking at community involvement more than enforcement. And I'm not saying that because I'm talking to the College of San Mateo's trustees. I truly believe that there are different tones, and if you go to different counties and go to different police academies, you can feel the difference. It's definitely it, and I'm appreciative of the support and the attitude and the approach that the agencies up in San Mateo have.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, other board members? Maurice?
Hello. Yes, again, like everyone else is saying, thank you for staying engaged and sticking around for our meeting. But the reason we're here and the reason this issue is before us and the reason we wanted this presentation is because of what's going on across this country.
Agreed.
What has been going on across this country, and that didn't start this year. Over the last 5 years, there's been nearly 7,000 deaths at the hands of police. The majority of those deaths were unarmed assailants or individuals. And the majority of them were people of color. Mm-hmm. And what I believe is contributing to that, and I guess I'll start with my background. I say this a lot, but I'm a product of Skyline College Criminal Justice Program, Cal State East Bay Administration of Justice Program, worked in the legal field, as well as currently for the last 7 years working with SFPD. And so that's the lens I look through, but also as an individual that's, as an African-American, been stopped numerous times. I've been assaulted by a police officer. And so I've seen it from different aspects, but I attribute it to police either having no training, and I think you touched on this, where, in some cases where agencies will hire someone and then send them off to the academy. Mm-hmm. And or undertrained officers or poorly trained officers. It's been said, bad people make bad cops. Mm-hmm. And bad culture within a department will make good cops bad as well. And we had the pleasure of having Chief Bolanos, Chief Barberini, and the Chief of South San Francisco Police on a call with our student athletes a few weeks back. And something one of the chiefs said was, we try to hire good people and train them to be police officers.
Yeah.
And that's a tremendous philosophy. And so when you say, we have checks and balances, and we make sure that officers or candidates that are in the academy, that we check in on them and have meetings, and if someone is exhibiting biases or whatever, they're gonna do what it takes to, if they say, okay, we have to have a meeting or a sit down, they're gonna do whatever it takes to get out of that or check whatever box it is. What other processes do you have, whether it's identifying an individual's mental state or their mental ability to be able to be a good officer and also be a good person while they're in the academy? And then also, what's your flunk out rate? Or are you actively flunking officers out if they do not exhibit the characters that you're looking for in good people?
Yeah, that's a tough question. So so this is where we dance. We are a college class. Our prerequisites are set, governed by Title V, governed by the education code, just like math or science or English. So we are able to, and I'm going to speak first to the self-sponsored students. So for self-sponsored students, if you can pass a DOJ fingerprint and you have a valid driver's license and you can pass the test, the written and the physical examination, I have no way of keeping you out of my class. There's nothing in the education code that says that I have the ability to do so. So we have standards, we have expectations of conduct and such. And what we can do, the best we can do at this time, unless things change, is to document. And we do. When we have somebody who we feel is exhibiting inappropriate behaviors, they could be aggressive behaviors. They might not even be prejudiced. It could be somebody has an attitude of, I'll call it the power complex. How about that? That it really doesn't have to do with anybody else. It has to do that they feel that now that they're wearing a uniform, that they get to do what they want. The best we can do as an educational organization is document that and put it into a file so that when an agency decides to hire them or decides to look at them, when they do that background process, they'll come and they'll look at their file at their police academy. And when they open the file, they'll see the written documentation of counselings and memorandums or whatever else is in there that outlines exactly the behaviors that we had concerns over. That's about the best that we can do, because if they are passing all the tests, if they're doing everything else that we're asking them to do, unfortunately, we don't currently have an ability to flunk people out of a college class for an attitude. If they become disruptive to the point that it is inhibiting other students' ability to learn, I have education code that can remove that student from the classroom for a period of time. I have remedies that if there's concerning behaviors that we feel are illegal, they're discriminating against other students or such, then we can remove them from the class permanently. But we have to abide by the education code in regards to what we can do and what kind of disciplines we can enact against the students that are in our classes. Sometimes that's frustrating to departments, which is I think why the sheriff's department went to Alameda County for a period of time. You know, so those are the types of things that we can do.
Who would have authority over those requirements that you're saying? Would that be the district? Would that be the state chancellor's office?
That would probably be the chancellor's office, I would expect. It would have to be an education code. And this is, and again, there are certain things, and I'm not saying we're not doing everything right, and we want to get better. And like I said, I'm happy we're having these conversations because some of us have been knocking on the chancellor's door for years,
right?
Asking for changes so that we can be better. And I will.
So to that end, whether it's academic senate or the chancellor's office or local boards, I think what I'm saying is obviously there needs to be reforms. And if we're saying that an individual can exhibit behaviors that should disqualify them from being an officer, and we're not somehow checking at either a zero tolerance, or even if it's you have a grading scale and you say, okay, 50% of your grade is going to be your fitness for duty, or your fitness to be culturally responsive. There should be a way for someone with that authority to be able to enact that type of policy. And so I think that's what I'm asking, and trying to figure out where does that authority lie? Is it a board? Is it a academic senate decision? Is it, what needs to happen? So that's some of the questions that I want to know from this conversation. I get the sale, I get the history, I understand, but as an African-American, community policing, with the enactment of community policing, you still see deaths, you still see stops, you still see racial profiling. And so it's historically disproportionate against people of color, whether we're talking about, after, we were talking about Juneteenth, whether we're talking about after slavery and slave patrols, or we're talking about the 50s. But the bottom line is that's the history that we have within this country. And it's not going to change unless we start to critically look at some of these policies, and so I guess that leads to my next question is, what other policy avenues around policy recommendations other than these consortiums with chiefs of police are at your disposal, or should be at our disposal, in ensuring proper legislation is supportive of some of the changes you would like to enact, as well as that's in the best interest of our community?
I would be more than happy to plant a seed. The nursing, and I use nursing a lot of times in examples for us. We would love to be able to emulate the nursing programs and how they're delivered and how they are treated, both through the chancellor's office and at the state level. Nursing have they are allowed to set prerequisites based upon industry employment standards. That means they get fully backgrounded. That means they can weed out folks that have, if they don't pass a psychological examination. If we were able to do that, we would be able to weed out many of what I believe are problematic folks that like you said, they realize, oop, I got caught. I'm going to toe the line and do exactly what I need to do to get through this, and then somehow get a job, right? They figure out a way around it. So we would be able to catch that sooner, and we would be able to preclude them from getting employment, which would be wonderful. The other thing is that there was recently some legislation passed that honesty obviously is a huge issue for law enforcement, and they passed a law that if a recruit who was employed, if a recruit who is employed gets caught cheating in the academy, they can never be a police officer. It becomes part of their permanent record that anywhere in the state that they could find, and I'm sure that out-of-state agencies would be able to find that record as well. It would be nice to have something, probably not a penal code section, but something that would give us that kind of authority as well, that would become a repository for all to find, rather than just, when they come to South Bay Academy and ask to see the student file, that it would be something that would actually be a permanent record that would be held by the state. And I know there are conversations currently about decertifying officers and tracking those at the state level rather than at a local level or at an academy level. So those are some of the things that I would like to see happen, that I would be very supportive, and we've been asking for assistance as a community college program for many, many years.
Lastly, first of all, thanks for everyone that's sticking on this call, on this Zoom. And that's around the testing. When you have standardized testing, I know everyone online or watching right now knows that there's a history of bias with standardized testing. And so what changes are being made to ensure that any of the testing that's out there, that we can ensure that that they're done with a culturally responsive, through a culturally responsive lens of those that are taking the test, to ensure that police are more reflective of the communities that they're expected to serve.
So I don't have an answer for that. I know that things up at Post, since they hold the reins on the testing, and things tend to move slowly. I'm very impressed with how fast the carotid restraint is moving, but it's amazing how things can move quickly when properly motivated. There's the call to action from the Chancellor's office. I don't know if you're aware of that, the trustees. So I am involved with Shani Weber, and I'm engaging both Shani as well as who's the Vice Chancellor up at the Chancellor's office, as well as the Assistant Executive Director at Post. We've been having dialogues. I'm very engaged at that level to see what changes and how we need to move forward. And the discussion about some of the testing elements have been discussed. So we're still at the beginning stages of all of this, doing a full review of all curriculum, making sure that it is database, that not only is, honestly, I believe the content is good. It can be better. I think we need to work on our delivery system. I think that's the key. And we need to figure out a better way to make sure that what we think we're teaching them and what we think we're giving them as those tools and skills, and to be a part of the community and to make the right decisions, that they're really able to take that and implement it as they move forward. And I think that's part of the reason we're at 900 hours now instead of 664 or 888. And it's also, but I think there's more to be done. So I think we're at that beginning stage, and like I said, I'm encouraged by the idea that we now have people are listening. Which, and again, I hate the reason why.
Right.
But if we can affect change, if we can move forward, if we can be a part of the positive, then I think that honors the folks that got us to this point.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Question. Thank you for the presentation.
Absolutely.
So, two questions, I guess. Post appears to be a standard terminology among the states. Is there a standard set at the federal level, or is it set at the state level for how many hours of training are required for post certification?
It's set at the state level.
Okay. And I'm curious to have your opinion on this. You know, being a police officer, in my opinion, is like a really good job for you know, for people in this economy. The average California police officer makes over $100,000 a year, I believe, before overtime. Yet you compare the training with other countries that require 2 years or more versus what, about a half a year. Germany is 130 weeks, and I've looked at other European countries. I think Finland requires a baccalaureate degree. Other countries typically 2 years or more. It seems to me that that's the amount of training minimum for a job that has, it's both, you know, a very skilled job and a highly responsible. I mean, you know, the role you're playing in the community, the role you're playing over life and death of people's lives.
Yeah.
Do you have an opinion on whether that you know, relatively brief requirement of training is enough to really train someone versus what they do in other countries?
You know, I think that there's it's a political question. There's a balance between the amount of training and what agencies want to pay to not have a person in their department, if that makes sense. I think that's one of those political conversations that take place. We do find generally there's a minimum of 60 units required. So somebody can't be 18 at this point in time unless they've taken a whole lot of AP classes and get a job as a police officer in the state of California. Generally speaking, if you're not 21 years or older, you're not going to get a position or a job as a peace officer in the state of California. Most departments do require at least 60 units from a community college or from a college, a university and such. So the idea is to show that they can learn and that they have education behind them. But I do believe that there should be more time. I'll agree with that. I think where California kind of hedges their bet on it is there are field training programs where after you graduate from the police academy, you have another 4 to 6 months, depending upon the department, where you're riding with another peace officer in a car and you're having like on-the-job training. And it's on-the-job training where you're working side by side with a field training officer who has been through courses, has been an officer for a number of years and such. And I think that's where they argue that they're still receiving that training. So they get 6 to 7 months of intensive training, and then another 4 to 5 to 6 months of one-on-one training in the real world. But I do think, you know, I'm not sure where I would end it. There's so much, I'll be honest, there's so much that we could try to teach them and that we could impart at an academy. At what point do they need to be starting to use those skills in more real world than be at a college campus? And I think that's, you know, can be weighed back and forth. I also tend to believe that a lot of the officers in foreign countries tend to be more militaristic than what we're training. So we do not do any rifle training or anything like that for our recruits in the academies. So some of the additional training they may receive there, I think is more of a militaristic engagement.
One more question.
Sure.
You know, I agree that training is very important, and I think that you're giving a good amount of training. I think the real problem, at least in my mind, is the filter that a candidate has to go through before they are given the training, the psychological evaluation, and basically weeding out people that should not be trained for this kind of a job. I mean, if we basically said that we had the people that had the proper mindset, that were the quote unquote good apples that we wanted to train, I think we would probably knock out a lot of the problems. It's just people that should not be there to begin with because of their particular biases, the reason why they're there, the type of people that they are. When we're training the wrong people to be police officers that don't have the type of value system that we want officers to have, that is the real problem in my mind. And I'm wondering, the psychological evaluation that basically screens people out at the front end, is that strong enough? Is that something that a local department does before they send them along to you? Is there consistency in all of the departments? Because, you know, you become a police officer in one department, then maybe you go to another one, and the standards were different from one. I think a lot of the problem is the wrong people getting in there and be giving the authority.
Yeah, and again, we don't have, as the academy delivering and providing the training, we don't have the authority to impact that. The agencies have go through licensed physicians that have been certified to do these types of psychological assessments of individuals. So, and there are a number of different ones throughout the state, obviously. So yes, they could have different standards. They could, you know, they could pass psychological here and not pass a psychological examination someplace else, or vice versa. And unfortunately, we as an academy, for our self-sponsored students, don't have the authority or the ability or the legal right to ask them to go through anything like that and weed them out. So there are times that we have strong reservations about training somebody that we know probably will never get a job as a police officer. So what skills are we giving them? You know, that's concerning.
Dave?
If I can follow up with some of the questions that Trustee Norris and Trustee Goodman were asking about, you know, how we're documenting the issues that you're seeing. And you talked about this, about documenting in a student's permanent file, and your preference that maybe that record could actually be held by the state. I mean, does that apply when you do recurring training for officers coming in as well? Do you also document in a file, or in their personnel file, if you're observing issues when they come back in for the continuing professional training and so forth? And is that really just in a text file that you're keeping, or is it a database? Or, you know, how could that best be, could that information be best captured so it could be used to, you know, deal with some of the issues that, you know, we hear about as lay people, that, you know, a bad officer just moves from department to department and there's never really a history that follows them until something really, really bad happens. And then of course it's all over the news and so forth. And by that point it's too late.
So for us, our, again, we're a college. So for our basic academy students, we have them sign a waiver. They're aware that when they come to our basic police academy, that anything that transpires during that academy becomes part of their permanent file, and that agencies have the right to come and look at it. It's an education file, which means it's protected. For the in-service people that we support and that we provide training for, if they have any kind of behaviors that we're concerned about, we report it directly to their agency. It's not a file that we keep with us on them, but we do report it immediately to their supervisors. And we have done that. And we have banned more than one student at this point in time from being allowed to return to our campus and attend any of our courses because of their behavior. It was not racist, but it was inappropriate, and it was disruptive to the learning of others. And we contacted their chief and let him know that this employee would not be allowed to attend any more of our courses. So we take it very seriously.
But like in that case, did that have any repercussions? Is that, you know, did you find out if that officer is still employed or not?
I wouldn't know, again, because that would be a disciplinary action, and I wouldn't have privy to know if any actions were taken against him.
If I can ask a question in a different, sort of changing the topic a bit. So one of the things in my sort of reading and researching this issue is one topic that's been raised is the philosophy that you use in terms of the training. Are you training officers based on fear? You know, the idea that what we want to do is make it safe for you to make it home to your family tonight, that, you know, every interaction is a potential issue where, you know, you may not walk away from it. So you better make sure that you're on the right side of the equation, whether it's a traffic stop or a domestic violence call or things like that. What is the philosophy that you base the training, or not you personally, but that the academy bases their training on? Is it one that's based on a fearful interaction, or one that's based on a supportive interaction?
So the training that we provide is based upon supportive. So we obviously want officers to go home to their families every night, but it's not based upon a fear. I've taught interview interrogation courses. I've taught in many different areas. And one of the first things I'll tell you is that you'll talk your way out of more issues than your ability to communicate is going to be your greatest strength as a peace officer. And if you can't figure out how to talk to people, it's going to be a problem. All of our courses all of our curriculum is based upon the core competencies of being a police officer. And there's 15. 5 of them really have to do with skills, EVOC, procedures, report writing, legal authority, and officer safety. The other 10 of the core competencies talk about conflict resolution, leadership, problem solving, community policing, cultural diversity, communication skills, individuals' rights, self-regulation and awareness. So things like that. That's how we approach it. Is that the idea is, ideally, you should never have to people should self-surrender. It's not going to happen, but that would be the ideal situation, is to be able to have a conversation, build rapport with whoever you're dealing with. And if they have to go to jail for whatever reason, that they actually are compliant from the start. That would be the perfect scenario for all of it. And if we could get everybody else to go along with that, the world would be fabulous. Unfortunately, that's not always how things work out. And I'm not saying it's the other's fault or anything else, but we certainly do not teach them to be fearful walking into a situation and say, be ready to draw your gun at any time. We have them go in and you have to do an assessment. Be aware, absolutely, but you do an assessment and then you address it based upon what's appropriate for that situation. Have a conversation, build rapport.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we good?
I have just one question left if no one else has one.
It's almost midnight.
I know, and I appreciate, again, Director Vaughn or President Vaughn, thank you very much for your patience in being there's been a long, but this has been a very useful discussion. It's been very informative and educational, and you've given us some very concrete things of where we can go to help make change happen and support the change that you're trying to make happen as well, which I think is good for all of us. So I appreciate that. My last question was just on the sort of supervisory level training that you give for, I think you said for like lieutenants and the chiefs training, things like that. In those courses, do you cover specific things like grant writing and requests for like the Homeland Security Department's 1033 grant program for accessing surplus military equipment? Are those the type of things that you cover in your classes, or is that not?
That is not. So we do cover the community policing. We talk about different revenue streams, but no, we don't specifically talk about grant writing and those.
And specific programs like the 1033 program and so forth. Okay, great. Thank you again very much. I appreciate your taking the time and being with us for a long evening here.
You're welcome.
I just have one very quick question. Following up on what Trustee Mandelkern just said, you say you train for lieutenants and sergeants as well, or just?
Yes.
So do you ever run into any candidates that are being put forward for training as a sergeant or a lieutenant that you feel should not be in those type of positions. I mean, we're talking about cadets coming in that maybe don't have the right mindset or the mental position where they should be. Do you ever run into any higher officers that you look at and evaluate and say, this should not be a person that is in a supervisory capacity?
And yes, we have. So one of the students that we will not allow back was in our supervisory class, and we advised the lieutenant and the captain about that gentleman. And then we had one that was in one of our detectives courses, because we also provide those. And so I talked to the chief actually about the gentleman in the detectives course. So yes, we sometimes have those. But again, I'm not privy to find out what repercussions there may or may not have been, because those become personnel issues and they go through internal affairs. Okay, Maurice has one.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Trustee Goodman, sorry, I was being familiar.
Oh, no, that's all right. I don't have a question. There's a question. There's just a question. I didn't know if anyone saw that. There was a question from the public. So if the board is done, I just want to make sure we ask that question. And if you want me to ask, I could read it.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm out of battery again.
Okay. Says, if police are responsible for responding to mental health concerns, why is mental health training offered after they end formal training? Real example, 3 officers show up to a home based on a call from a teenager's friend. A polite complaint, not in crisis teenager is handcuffed and taken into a police car, not even allowed to put shoes on. Why is a minor who is not a threat to police or in imminent danger treated like a criminal? It says, note, parent was not allowed to take teenager to ER, nor to accompany handcuffed minor in police car.
Okay, so I won't speak to the specific incident because I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Right.
I can tell you that they do receive some crisis intervention. They do receive some mental health and people with disabilities training in the academy. It is more extensive, and they get to work with the mental health professionals afterwards in the which is where I'm looking at. So they receive through us, they receive 24 hours of the, actually people with disabilities, 17 hours. So with people with disabilities, I had to look it up, sorry about that. They receive 17 hours of people with disabilities and how to work and how to try to mitigate and try to assist people with mental health issues while they're in the academy. Again, they probably need more. You're right. That's an area that we could focus on. And that's why we've been partnering with down in the Monterey County area and up in the San Mateo County area, is just to have those county officials schedule that 40-hour crisis intervention training as close to right after they graduate the academy as we can. But again, it's a logistical when you have 2 different groups working together, but we try. But I can't answer why they handcuffed the teenager and did what they did. I wasn't there, so I don't want to second guess.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Tom, I'm going to have you take over. Tom, unmute yourself. I'm dying over here with my battery, so can you handle the end of it?
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, me too. I got to go.
We're just about done here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Linda, thank you so much for being with us today and for sticking around with us. We could probably go for another hour with you if we had the time, because this subject is so important to all of us.
Absolutely.
And we appreciate you coming out tonight and sharing your time and giving us the insights that you did give us. So appreciate it very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for the opportunity, and anything I can do to help and be a part of the solution, and that's absolutely want to be there. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, there's no action to be taken then. The next item is the third quarter report of auxiliary operations. Who will be reporting on that?
Bernada?
Is there
Actually,
anything?
there's no presentation. It's really just questions.
All right then. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask? First of all, I guess we need a motion on that to take it up. Or it's just for information, right?
Information, yeah.
That's it. Any questions? Okay, then I guess the board is satisfied with your report. Thank you very much. Next item, 26.5C, the district financial summary for the quarter ending March 31st, 2020. Any questions on that report? All right. Then we'll go down to the last one, which is 26.6C, report on request for proposed process for operations of the San Mateo Athletic Club. No, we already heard that
No,
one.
we already did that.
We already heard that one.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we don't have to do that one.
You can
So
do
we're at
communications.
communications. Any board members like to share?
Again, can I back up for just a brief comment? I don't want to make a big discussion about this, but just backing up to the auxiliary operations report, I think it's pretty clear there's some long-term trends that we need to address in the not too distant future regarding operations of the bookstores and the continuing education program, because they are running in the red, and I don't know what the prognosis is for improving them. And right now, I think they're being, sort of propped up by the income from San Mateo Athletic Club and from food service. And, who knows what the future will hold on that. So not tonight, but at some point, we probably do need to have a lengthier discussion about the auxiliary operations and the financial stability of them.
Okay, I'm still on because I still have a little bit of electricity here.
Go right ahead.
I'm just going to butt in really quick, and if I get cut off, you can take over. That is coming. As far as I know, Chancellor, we are going to have, Mike, we're going to have more of a report on the auxiliaries, you and Tom, right? That are about the bookstores and everything else. So that
I believe the bookstore, yes, for sure. And we can expand that. Tom, you want to chime in?
So the bookstore review that we actually did last year, and Mike, Chancellor, I'm sorry, it's too late. You'll have to remind me why we kicked the report. We were going to present to you in December, and for some reason we didn't do it. And then, I know nobody likes to hear it, but then COVID came and we didn't. But Tom Byrne from Campus Bookstore Consulting did a full review of the bookstores, and we still haven't presented that to you. So, that report, though, is written really in light of being in a face-to-face environment, but I still think there's some value in having him come and share his observations with you, at least about the bookstores. So when the board is ready for that to be agendized, I can invite Tom to dial in. He's actually in Massachusetts, but in this environment, doesn't matter. And he can present his findings and we can have a robust discussion, but you can just let me know when you want that to happen and we'll schedule it.
Yeah,
okay.
and maybe we can just make it a little.
Dave, I'm just going to butt in because I know I'm going to get cut off. Tom, just to let you know, please ask Jade, our student trustee. It's 4 o'clock in the morning there for her, but she might want to have a comment before you cut off because I missed her last time. Now, go ahead. Sorry.
Great.
I was just going to say, we might want to make the conversation a little bit more expansive than just bookstores, because I think in this day and age, there's a lot of interaction between what is a bookstore, what is a coffee shop, what is a cafe, and so forth. So I think there's really some interaction between those different pieces. So it's probably worth talking about them together and not separately.
All right, then if we're done with the items on the report portion of the agenda, is there anything under communications tonight, Chancellor Claire?
I don't believe we've received any communications.
All right. Statements from board members. Jade, since you are the furthest away, is there any statement you'd like to make or anything you'd like to share with us tonight?
No, not right now.
Thank you very much for hanging in there.
Not really. Poor thing.
All right, board members, going across my screen, I have Trustee Goodman first.
No, for the sake of time and everyone's mental well-being right now, let's leave it at that.
All right, Trustee Mandelkern.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone, especially the members of the public that are still with us, 23 attendees still at this hour. It's been a long day for us. And I think this may be a new record Zoom meeting for me of over 8 hours now. But I just wanted to say I appreciate everyone's patience and keeping a sense of humor to some degree and empathy and understanding, because these are difficult times. I just know when I was in Trader Joe's yesterday that people are really getting very frayed around the edges through dealing with all this stuff, and it's getting very tense. I know for people, and people's mental health is being tested by what we're going through. And I just want to thank everybody for hanging in there with us as we meander our way through these things, because I think we've had some very important conversations tonight. And I am glad that we spent the time having these very thorough conversations. So thank you all.
Thank you. Trustee Oliver?
Yeah, long meeting. I have a few quick items. One, in looking for the emergency order, which was done at a special board meeting on March 17th, I didn't see that there was any board packet available for the public. So I just want to make sure that all board meetings that include a packet should be posted on our website, not just regularly scheduled meetings. I also am curious to know if we will have a report coming to the board soon, I would hope, regarding what process is being recommended for the study that we discussed briefly tonight about examining options and our experience and benchmarking the operation of athletic clubs. Because I believe something is being contemplated. I would like to have a board report soon on that. And the last item I just would like to get a board report on is what rules we have in place regarding solicitation by employees of contributions to candidates for the board, of contractors, of vendors, and of others. And if we don't have a policy on that, that's something I would want us to develop, a policy that would prohibit the participation of staff in soliciting or collecting contributions for candidates for trustee.
Trustee Schwartz? I guess Karen is gone. If there isn't anything else, my only comments would be the same. Thank you for being with us tonight. Also, I did watch the first 3 webinars in Minding the Obligation Gap at this point, and very, very interesting, something we should all try and see as far as that goes. It's recorded if you haven't seen it, and especially since it's put together by our own staff and educators here, and I'm learning a lot as an individual, and I think we all would as well. So if there isn't anything further, we are not going to close session, and therefore, I guess our next meeting is on, what, 2 weeks from today?
July 8th.
July 8th?
Vice President Nuris, yes.
Okay, so that would be our study session coming up. If there isn't anything further, then we'll stand adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Night, everyone.